Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hi. I'm not gonna lie, I put on my headphones when the song ended, and so then I was like, oh my god, did I not leave you guys with music? It was quiet for far too long. Anyways, hello. I didn't take my vitamins, I will go do that in a second. But hello, I love Winter today is Goomber. Hi Goomber, hi Doc, hi Kev. Hi Turnip. What am I wearing? Oh, D&D character. Okay. Hi Fire. How are you all today? How is everybody? Let me get my vitamin. Thankfully, I have more vitamins I should take, but I don't have them here. I should probably close my window. Holy shit. Okay. Really good. I know. I'm sorry to hear that, Fire. It's okay. We're rooting for you, okay? We are rooting for you. Let me. Hello and welcome to. I don't know why I do that stupid smile. I do that stupid smile in all the photos. Having dark thoughts? No. Not allowed. I say not allowed. It still will happen. It's bound to. We all get like that. It's okay. But just because one thing doesn't work doesn't mean it's all going to go bad. You don't have to share your thoughts, but if you need any thoughts, opinions, any just kind words, let us know. Fire. We're here for you. Life be rough. Life be really rough. I need to do hydrate. Also, hi the wing. I see you there with the hydrate. Do 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 do. Yep, that is like, let me put these on. The goal today for stream is, I don't know. I think we're gonna do Outlast Trails. I haven't touched Phasmo in so long, it scares me. I won't lie. And Phasmo has my jingle jingle right now. So true. Would a Nessie appearance help? Would a Mothman appearance help? Because Nessie shines a bright like a fucking diamond. Also, hi, Steve. How are you? I accidentally cleared all of my notifications on my phone. So now I don't know who I have to message back. Mothman! I fucking love Mothman. Why did I open my little silly little phone game? I don't need to do that. My head hurts. Interesting. Anyways, hi! My hands are really dry, but my normal lotion is too far. So a stress relief it is. Stress relief lotion it is. Mothman is chilling. I can actually see Mothman. He's not like submerged in the pile of plushies. I don't know why I'm leaning back in such a weird way. I hope you didn't hear that neck pop. If you can't find a job, it's your fault. Ugh. I hate that. I hate that a lot. Especially like fire. Like right now the job market in general is really bad. So right now sometimes it doesn't even matter if you're actually a good candidate for the job or not. People just aren't hiring. And or they say, you're not qualified, you need 5 years experience. It's like, what? This is a starting job. So it'd be like that. I'm sorry to hear that though. That fucking sucks, because it's like, it really isn't your fault. If you're not meant to be in that job, you're not meant to be in your job. Also, hi, Doc. You heard? Oh no, you heard my neck. It went tonk. It really did went tonk. What playlist am I on? Everything I do. Am I on my liked songs? I am on my liked songs. Okay. I didn't know where I was. But I believe in you, Fire. You will find something. You will. It does take time. I need to start looking for jobs again, and I really don't want to. I go in and out looking for jobs because there's different like seasons of jobs. I see all the D&D info happening. Oh my god. I do have a Mothman plushie. Chat bought it for me, and we named him. I can pull out his birth certificate. It's a Build-A-Bear. It's a Build-A-Bear Mothman. So I most literally can pull out his birth certificate and to read out his full name, because unfortunately, but fortunately, his full name is not just Mothman. I just don't remember the entire thing. Where is my... The paper just got pushed back. Oh my god. He's 16 inches and 8 ounces. Build-A-Bear. Yeah. Does this say anything? No, it doesn't say anything. I forgot how fucking long. Oh my god. He doesn't even have an ID number. We have his full birth certificate. His date of... We could have made... You guys, we could have done the funniest shit. I wish I was. It was what? Hi, Liger. How have you been? It's been a minute. I just realized, like, Mothman's date of birth is September 9th, and I'm like, man, we could have done this on 9/11, 68, and 40. Damn. No way, he's a itty bitty tiny little baby. Came back from Japan. Ooh, bought a desk. Okay. Like, you need to tell us about Japan and Korea. Why'd you go? What'd you do? How was it overall? Hopefully good. Also, what desk did you buy? Steve, for your knowledge, his eyes are red, fur color is black, belongs to Sarah, stuffed with love by Chad. You guys stuffed my Mothman? What the hell? Just decided to. I meant his whole size, not that time. No. Itty bitty little tiny baby. That'd be fucking crazy. Anyways, Mothman's name is Denny Val, the Dusty Mothman. Literally takes 2 lines. Denny Val, the Dusty Mothman. That's my boy, my itty bitty boy. That's so nice to chat. It's so nice to chat. Which song is this? Oh, Anytime You Smile. I never played that game. I don't want that. Go on, Beanie. Denny. Yeah. That man's name is Denny. Hi, Dion. How are you? How are you?
Hey.
I think I let Mothman stuff me. Fair. Mood. I meant to say something else, but then I got distracted by the song and then started thinking about the Mothman statue that has beans. Because everybody keeps on leaving him beans. And so that's what my brain went all sorts of places. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. I have a little bit of a headache. Why? I don't know. But other than that, I'm really good. Live your dreams, Doug. Live your dreams. Let Mothman stuff you. In this chat, we support it. In other chats, I don't know, actually. Don't know. Might get banned for asking that somewhere. Just find a Mothman VTuber. No, that's awful. Don't do that. Kuromi is ascending. She is no longer like back support. That is. There we go. She just kept on ascending. Anyways, it's done a sexy moth. Oh, for sure. In this specific chat, I don't know if anybody here has done it, but for sure somebody has. You're referring to the Mothman statue that is completely different color bud because people keep rubbing it? Yes. Yes, that exact one. Be the first ban I received. Wouldn't be the first ban you received here either. I mean, you wouldn't get it here, but like, yeah. You get what you pick. Yeah. I'm gonna stop speaking. I'm gonna stop speaking that fucking sentence. I want you guys to know, I'm gonna restart this shuffle. This song haunts me. This specific song haunts me because I was making an edit last night for Outlast Trails. Essentially, it's me getting punched a lot and stabbed a lot and dying. But it was to this song. The amount of times that I had to listen to this over and over and over. Oh my god. Oh my god. A lot of different, different ramen. What the, she made explosion location, yes. Hidden tunnel is 3, okay. Tokyo Tower. Pearl Diver, ooh, okay. Into museum. Went to the real Japanese, ooh, a nice hot springs. Oh, Korean fried chicken is so fucking good. More, but hey, that's a good rundown. You did a lot. How long was your trip? Best weird, sexy, cryptic horror movie icon people would. Ooh, the best weird, sexy, cryptid or horror movie icon people would encounter on Halloween, like. I don't know why, Steve, but my brain went to Jeepers Creepers. L-shape? Ooh, okay. I love L-shaped desk. I used to have one. And then I used to have a makeshift one where I had this desk. Well, actually, I had my desk that's behind this desk, which still same shape, and then I had a corner desk. 16 days totals, 2 travel days, 14 locations. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's you, Julia. Rubber. Yeah. I hate that statue. I hate that one. There's a couple other ones. There's another one too that I hate because it's a man's grave, so it also makes it really bad. But it's a man's gravestone, but he's laying flat and he has a statue, but his nose is a different color. Sexy Michael Myers, sexy Jason. I feel like those are very normal. Sexy Jeepers Creepers, I think, is something else. I haven't seen that personally. Pretty human. Hi, Cooper. How are you? How have you been doing? Okay, yeah, but yuck. Yeah, big yuck. I don't. So is his penis. I don't like Jeepers. Jeepers Creepers genuinely scares me, but seeing that, that would be. I guess it wouldn't be the best weird. It would be just the weirdest, like, sexy Halloween horror icon to see on Halloween. Sexy Hellraiser. I feel like that's very fitting for it. Well, I've been working on a research paper in gaming. Hell yeah. What have you been gaming? I know you play Valo, but have you been playing anything else? What is that one? Da, 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 da. The Fresno Walkers. What the helly are those little guys? Okay, not you, Mr. Gardening Tool. I wonder if anybody can guess what cryptic I was mentioning with the gardening tool. You should be able to, because his name is the same thing as a gardening tool. But a Minecraft, hell yeah. 60 Hellraiser would be something. I have the Hellraiser box. Admit that if you look back there, I have the top of it. I have the rest of it. It's just in storage. It's just in storage, so I only have the top. Remember the name? It's okay. When I looked it up, I was like, okay, there's nothing for that. I'm like, you mean the Fresno, what do they call it? The Fresno Nightcrawlers, I guess, are their specific name. But I would the walkers, same. DVD lost the right to Hellraiser. Damn. I mean, they've gone like in and out of losing a lot of like rights and then getting them back. Let's see. That's crazy though, because they had that one for a long time. Name. Is he considered a cryptid? Hold on. Or is it a creepypasta? He's not. Okay, he's not a cryptid. What would he be under? I guess he's more folklore, urban legend. Well, I would say he's a little cryptid. Think of like the Skinny Boys.
Good morning, gamers. What is up, while I also stream NCT127.
We love NCT127. Hi, B. B, I was playing the song that I had the edit for the Outlast Trials. That song is going to haunt me. Do, 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 do. If you can't guess what cryptid it is, I will say it because I don't mind saying this one. I just thought about not saying it, and then I was like, wait, what can I name it? Be iconic? It's really good. The last 3 clips of the falling ones are my favorite part because they sync up so well. I want to try, and I don't know how because I don't know how to like look up how to. But you know when they take the image and then they isolate the image, but they keep that and then they put it into the next? I want to try to figure out how to do that, but I don't know if I should figure out how to do that for this. Because that's a lot of work for just this tiny little edit. But I would do it. I would do it. Oh my god, they did. They don't have Hellraiser. Man, and I don't have Hellraiser. Or do I? I don't think I do. I never cared for playing him. Interesting. I wonder what happened. Because they lost Stranger Things for a while. Yes! The rake! I love how excited, like, in all caps I was. What you're talking about? Yeah. I don't know how to word that for, like, looking it up. But yes. Oh my god. A Steve? Too short. Wait, I could just look up the cast list. Pretty sure it was Steve. Yeah. Sorry, Steve. You got your arms ripped off in our show. Okay, so that character, that one's Tommy. Because there's Thomas and then there was Tommy. The one that we've gotten stuff about. Scary Farm? Okay, B, I want you to read that sentence. In a maze we went in. Which maze? We went in all of them except for one. But yeah, I forgot that he worked there. Because I remember seeing his stuff. Oh, he won awards. My favorite buff man. He won awards because he did first grimoire. Oh, he was in that one? Was he there the day that we went? Because I hope to God he wasn't the one who asked, can you help me? And I looked at them and said, I can't help myself. I really hope he wasn't him. Because that like type of build of character looks like Tommy. That I'm like, oh no. I will check. Yeah, I love that guy. I love that guy. He's such a sweetheart. He's so funny. It's gonna be that one. The fact that I remember out of all of those, because there's a lot of scare actors in that, but that was so funny when, like, grimoire is about kids who open up a grimoire in the forest, like they're camping. Obviously, you don't open up a witch's grimoire, especially when it's not your own. So shit happens and whatnot. But there is, I think it's like two or three campers, kids. But there's a whole bunch of monsters. Oh my god, wait, actually, Doc, for you, during this maze, oh my god, B has the recording of it. I straight up said, is this, I'm back in the fucking trenches. I was like, is this Ad Infinitum? Because we were literally in the fucking trenches. And I was like, I'm having a war flashback to the trenches and I was never in the trenches. Open a scary book in the forest. I don't know, people are dumb. I had my coworker who wanted to use the Ouija board, the Ouija board, at a known like witches spot. Like it was like the witches rock. I don't know the lore behind that rock, but just that's the gist of it. At night, alone, at a known like haunted spot. So I don't know, some people IRL actually would do it. And some people who don't believe in it, but then they cause other people. Found a mysterious book in the woods. I would have no problem reading it. I just wouldn't read it out loud, especially if it was in Latin. Especially if the cover was fashioned from some skin. Human skin? Who knows? Get better coworker / friend. Oh, don't worry. Actually, technically, I still work with him because he still works at the fucking the mouse's house. But I thought he was gone for a while, truth be told, and then I randomly saw him maybe like a month ago. I was like, oh, it's you. So I don't work with him. Don't worry. Shaylin would never let me. I think Shaylin would shun me. She wouldn't shun me, but she would shame me. There we go. That's a better word. She would shame me. Would my other friends from Marvel would probably shame me as well. They'd probably be like, Sarah, what? Sarah, what? Shame you? Good, as you should. I wouldn't even want to read my normal books in the forest alone. I'm sorry if I find somebody's random copy of, say, like this time I got drunk and saved a demon. I would not want to. If I found this randomly in the forest, I'm not reading that out loud. Oh my god, it's so yellow. I need to think about a blind emoji no more. I don't know if I want to. Oh, fuck. Hey, B, are you still here? My backstage is loading. I need to buy my other acting site. I never did that. It feels like it's been super long, but like this month has felt very long because I've done a lot of stuff. It's just the same application. Yes. Are you free later? Like even just like for a phone call. I have a stupid self-tape I probably should do. And by that, I have to take they kind of only gave me a day to do it. It's very short. Do 5 and 6? Okay. If I have the time. If not, I'll call somebody else too. But I'm like, I got the inquiry yesterday. And it's due the 30th. But it's supposed to be at night. So I really only had like a day to do it, which is today. So I'm like, I told Nikki, I was like, if I can't do that, it's a student film, so it's like, okay. The only time free because school, then immediately drive to rehearsal. Yeah, I wasn't sure what time rehearsals. Yeah. Yes, an inquiry. It's better than the other one of, we're thinking about casting. I'm like, okay, cool. But I don't know when any of these film. Here to make sure my streak doesn't die. I'm busy. Hi, Kai. Just keep it up. Keep it up so you get your streak. That's crazy. You busy? It is different times. But no, your later times. I haven't done rolls. Let me do rolls because I know B. I'm gone. Poof. Am I? Before I start, get ready for school. Yes, let me go. Hold on. We legally have to start from the top. Turn up is first. Turn up, you got a 13, 4, and 6. It's because Turn Up finished the DLC for Village last night. Very fun. Very proud. Yeehaw, mother. I'm not gonna say the rest of it. Hi, Nikki. I love you. Doc. 14, 14, 19. No low rolls. You know why? No work today. So you get to play hot games, which I did see. I think it was Elder Scrolls. What did I? Skyrim. It was Skyrim. I saw you open up one of the Elder Scrolls. Okay. Next up is B. 13, 14, and 7. 7 for the mental damage that you have to work through Halloween. The rest of it is because the show's going well, and you know, like, where... You know what that screen was for. Next up is Nikki. 18, 18, and a 1. You're doing great. You're doing amazing, sweetie. The 1 is because you have to show. Show? Sew. Sorry, I don't know how to speak. You still have to sew. Next up is Kev. 16, 3, and 12. Overall doing good. Just tired. Just tired of work. Tired of the rat. Tired of the rat, man. I love you, B. Take care. I'll message you later. I would say just tired from work. That's what I would say. Oh, I was gonna ask B if she listened to the new Notori song, because I didn't. Let's listen to my favorite Daft Punk songs. Daft Punk. I can't enunciate. Can I get those 4-day week, please? Hey. Well, actually, right now I'm on the 4-day week, but next week I'll be on the 6-day week. Next week, 6-day week. That's what I'll be on, baby. I can't decide how. Oh my god, Nikki, I have something to tell you. And this is about tummy issues. which everybody else can hear too. No need about that. I really need my other lotion. My hand is disgusting. It feels awful. I also picked at my hand to try to unlock a scab. Unlock, whatever's hidden beneath my skin from the scab. I'm waiting for Nikki's approval. She said hi, but that's it. I don't know if she... No, she left for work already, didn't she? Oh, who knows? I accidentally cleared all of my notifications. Why does it show you as a race car? Oh my god. Nikki, what miles per hour did you hit? Nikki is currently driving, so don't you dare respond to me, ma'am. Your icon on Life 360 was a fucking race car. You were only at 75, so I don't know why the fuck it was a race car. I feel like because you were 75 when that race car image was there, but it hadn't transferred down. Or do Sarah isn't your mom? Or do Sarah's your mom? Hey, yeah, I'm not your mother. Y'all are grown adults. I'll scold you if I don't like your opinions, but you're all adults. Adults? I can't speak English. Anyways, she's been, yes, but that is a completely different status. Okay, Nikki is here. I assume Nikki is listening from the car, but she's driving. Nikki, when I went to TwitchCon, when I came back, I was the least bloated I've ever been. And I was like, oh my God, why? Because usually I get stressed from cons and eat really bad. I lived off of no food, and the food that I lived off of are the foods that don't upset my stomach. And I'm like, wow, what an amazing concept. Except for that pizza pretzel I had. That probably had a lot of grease. But it was bread. But I lived off a lot of stuff that doesn't make my tummy upset. What an amazing concept. Also, you guys, I don't know what I'm wearing for Halloween. Like, at this point, I might just pull out an Evelyn from the Mummy cosplay. But I would want to do that one. I really want to open up DaVinci. I really want to fucking edit. That edit is so freaking cool that I was doing. It just tickles my brain. It's not even the best. Oh my God, I want you guys to know. Sorry, speaking of idiots. Idiots? That's not a word. Why did that look like... Oh, I'm gonna stop talking. Anyways, the Outlast Trails edit. The TikTok that I made. The TikTok one did good. For TikTok wise, for pushing, did good. Wonderful. Now, however... Yeah. Wow. I cannot spell. Wow. I just spelled it wrong. The one with you in it? No. So I didn't. Okay. So I meant to do one with my image in it, but I didn't. Because I was like, oh my God, this one's really funny. But Outlast Trials is kind of relevant right now on my feed because of Invasion. So it's kind of popular right now. So I was like, okay, let me do this. It's a very funny one. I love my two wives because we all died together. But it did relatively well. It actually got pushed out and didn't get just 20 views. It went to its normal, like 200 to 300. Hi, games. However, the YouTube one that I posted, the YouTube short, got 1.1K. And I'm like, thank you, YouTube Shorts. Thank you. It did, however, produce, and one of the repo ones also produced, the first people to really dislike my videos and give me a dislike. And it makes me giggle because I'm like, oh my God, you like my video enough to dislike it? It makes me giggle when people dislike them. I understand the dislike button, but also at the same time, I'm just like, you still watched it. Thanks. Said I tried to send the message twice? Twitch is being weird. For real. So I still enjoy dislikes. They make me giggle. I'm like, oh my God, so you watched it and you didn't like it, but you still watched it. Thank you. However, it has like 50 likes? Question mark? I'm not on the right YouTube to actually tell how many likes it has. But yeah, I'm like, okay. Yeah, it doesn't affect the views at all. That's why I'm like, hey, they gave me a view. Thank you. People whose job is to dislike random videos. Yeah. Because also, that's just literally, unless I can see some people dislike the video because they don't want that on their feed. And Outlast Trials is very, like, either you can handle that stuff or you can't, and that is completely fine. Is this Fortnite? Oh my god, that's Fortnite. I forgot Daft Punk had the concert in Fortnite, but the like moving image for Daft Punk, because oh my god, because they did this concert in Fortnite. They have the image of Fortnite. I was like, is this fucking Fortnite on my feed? Holy shit. Anyways, I can see some people disliking it so they don't get it on their feed. Has a collab with Repo? Yes, they do. Oh my god, my long leg boy. Fucking it up with the dances. I don't think I like that one. Dude, this lipstick is like dying. The casing is not very good. And it is a mess. And it keeps on just like spilling out. Sorry, I did not know where the applicator was, so I was like hesitantly just like bringing it closer. I wonder what Kai is doing. I think I have to wear my glasses today because my eyes have not been focusing well. Truth be told, I was staring at a screen for a long... It took me all day to edit yesterday. And you may think, oh my god, is it really that intensive an edit? No, it's not. I just didn't know what I was doing for most of the day, that I kept on getting distracted. And then finally, when it was fucking like 6 o'clock, it was either 6 or 7, I finally had the spark of like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then I actually started editing. So it took all day. And I really hate myself for that. I really want to watch this one TikTok. There was this one Outlast Trials TikTok that was really freaking cool. I should just save it. Because it was the inspiration for this one. Because it was for the invasion trials. And it's the same thing of getting kills and everything. Except mine's catered to me. And by that, one, it's a Japanese song. And two... it's me being really bad. I couldn't make a cool edit because I kept on dying. And then getting hit when I was invader. And then getting hit when I wasn't the invader. So it's a lot of me getting hit. To wear my glasses? That make me stay interactive today. Oh, wowie sweet. Okay, I'll be honest. I bought these glasses last time I went to the eye doctor. Just to have an updated prescription. Basically same prescription as my old one, but like a little bit different. I didn't think they looked good on me. Because, and not the shape, just the color. I thought, because I had black frames, so then going to gold frames, I didn't think they looked as well. They're very grandma frames. But apparently you all think otherwise, which has made me wear them more. Because I'm like, okay, no. They do look fine. Work is never over. Can make it better, do it harder, makes it stronger. Where is this Outlast Trials? Work is never over. There it is. It's such a good fucking edit because it's stolen a rat in a cage. It is that part of the song. I'm still just a rat in a cage, and it's so appropriate for Outlast Trials. Except it's them being really good at the game and or people being good at the game, and I'm like, I'm not very good at it. I should listen to that. It's so cool. It's such a cool edit. I didn't save it. Fuck. Oopsie. What is the name of that song? There it is. Oh my god. That was War Flashbacks. That goes on red, but it also is gonna go on the best. The War Flashbacks that I have, sorry, I should sit up straight. I'm not even shrimping, I'm just like, my spine is not straight. My shoulders are not straight. There is an album that is mentioned in the play that I had done because it's older, not older songs, but like 90s, early 90s to 2000s music type shit. Mainly 90s because of when it takes place, and 80s is that type of vibe. But I forgot the album that's mentioned in that play is Smashing Pumpkins, so that was like, oh. Have to stay deary and lovely while offering butterscotch hard candies as a requirement. Glasses law. One glass over 30 years. You're so right. I won't lie, games. I actually used to have, this is a mason jar cup, so it has a handle, but I used to have a mason jar on my desk that had specifically the caramel apple version, but I had caramel on my desk, hard candies, caramel hard candies. So I was close enough. I don't care too much for butterscotch, but I like the caramel hard candies. Caramel apple hard candies? Nah. So I did. I don't have it anymore. You want GG subs? I got you for that. I give you some GG subs. Is that stacked right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I have 6 of them. I got you covered for GG subs. Don't you worry one bit. Tiny Lowe's bucket on my desk? Well, what's in the Lowe's bucket? Scared the shit out of me, Ryu. The duck is so, like, just like, boom. Roll for mental health. Oh, wow, yes. I also have a hydrate from somebody earlier that I didn't do. 542. You got a 542. I hope you're doing well. It seems like you're just exhausted. Life just be lifing. You know? So it'll turn around. It'll be fine. My interest is quacking. That is quite right. True. Real as hell. Real as hell. Okay. I carry winter mitt. Oh, lifesavers. Often then they ask. That's so nice though. I love those, but those also, I mean, this also applies to a lot of gums. I have to be careful with what mints or mint flavored gum I have. Nothing bad happens. I just sometimes when I have mint, it's too strong and I start sneezing. I don't know why, but it makes me sneeze. That's it. True. Life just be lifing, which isn't bad. You just need a nice little break. That was an awful noise. I don't know why I did that. Meow, 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 meow. Gosh, yes, I can't use the Colgate because it's too strong. Yeah. Like, once I start, specifically for gum, once I start chewing it and the flavor dulls down, then it's okay. But, like, oh my god, sometimes I have just, like, normal mint. I think it's, like, this sweet. Peppermint is fine. Spearmint is where it's hit and miss. And there's some other mints, too. Oh, hi, hummingbird. That, like, I start to chew, and I'm just like, well, here comes the sneezes. It just makes me sneeze. Even, oh my god, the Altoids, mints, those make me sneeze. No matter what, those make me sneeze. I do love them, and I eat them all the time, but, like, those make me sneeze. And I told my mom that, and she basically just looked at me like, that's weird. You're weird. And I'm like, well, I can't help it. It makes me sneeze. What do you want me to do? You birthed me. You made me like this. I can't do anything. Haven't I heard those in decades? Truth be told, The Curiously Strong. Dude, that shit's so fucking strong. I thought it's so fucking strong. Oh, it's my Alice soundtrack. This feels so loud in my ears. We'll keep Notori on. I love Notori. I think the reason I had Altoids recently, I ended up getting them a long time ago for a school project in college because I had to turn the Altoid box into something, and then I realized I liked them and I had them for a while. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you, Stony. Stony stands at Nissan. Well, hopefully it's a fun time at Nissan. Don't think it's a horrible meme. No, get that meme out of my brain. But I hope your day is going well. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in, welcome in. But I think I've gotten Altoids after that again because they were really nice to just have, and I use them a lot during my show, and then I had it again for. I don't know. I always carry gum now, so I switched back to gums. Sub now before any ads. Oh, real as hell.
I'm
real
here.
as hell.
I'm queer and I have no volume. Having a great day though.
Love you, Haunted. Give you little hearts. But that's real. Dude, I hate the ads. The ads always end up so weird too. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome. For your information today, I think we're gonna play Outlast Trails. I think that's what we're aiming for. I have Phasmo downloaded, but I think I'm feeling more Outlast Trials. I think because I was editing that for so long yesterday that I'm like, I want to play now. I ended up playing more Silent Hill F last night. I got a cutscene I hadn't gotten in the first one, which was very interesting. Oh my god, wait! Actually, Silent Hill F. I went up to Sakugo's shrine before I went to Rinko's house, and that's the cutscene that I got, because when you come back down, she was just like, that's not the way to her house. But don't worry about Sakugo. Don't think about her. Fucking yeah, fuck yeah, I fucking love chicken nuggets. I love chicken nuggets so much. 20 piece is fucking crazy. That's a good amount. And it is appropriate amount of chicken nuggets. I love it. I don't know if it was in the first time that we played, but since I had went before Rinko's house when I went up to Sakugo's shrine, if you look at the shrine, you could see her dancing in there, and then it flashes the light, and then she's gone. It's really fucking cool. It was so cool. Thank you for gifting Haunted a sub, dog. Thank you. I think I need to switch my headphones. I've had these in since yesterday. They kind of hurt in my ears. 3 miles from a hatchery. It's okay. Don't think about it. Just eat the chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets good. Chicken nuggets good. My favorite frozen nuggets from air fried to baked. Took me months to find out what happened to them. Oh. Interesting. That's interesting. I love my dinosaur chicken nuggets. Won't lie. Those probably will always be my favorite chicken nuggets. The dinosaur chicken nuggets just hit. That shit's so good. Also, I love the little hype train. Is it gonna change the little thing? There we go. I was like, I want to see what is that? 62%. These are unmistakable, literally. It's so hard to get them though, because some stores don't have it, and some stores have like the small box of it, but we try to buy the big box of it. And it's so hard to find them sometimes. Dude, it be that way. It be that way here, Haunted. I need to crunch my leg. This way. Hold my kneecap. Work tomorrow, my birthday. Oh no! Sorry, that fucking sucks. Happy early birthday then. Since your birthday is tomorrow, hopefully it's not a bad day, but that fucking sucks, bro. I hate that for you. It be that way. I think. No, I didn't work on my birthday because it was during the week. It's okay. I missed my whole birthday party, and I will never let the mouse live that down. I will never let the mouse live that down. Much appreciated. Doc always gifting. Doc supporting the fucking community. Oh my god.
We.
Not the wee. Thank you for the 500 biddies, Kev. Thank you for giving me the mouse's money. I'm just getting more of the mouse's money. The rat can pay me more. Not really. I don't do anything at work. I barely fucking work. A request off for my birthday? Fuck yeah. As you deserve. As most people deserve, honestly. I know some people don't really celebrate their birthdays, but sometimes it's just nice to have it off. Like, that's your own present to yourself, just not having to go to work. It's on a Wednesday when I go back. What day is your birthday haunted? I remember you saying something about it, but I don't remember the exact date. Oh, the fucking Maxwell. I love Maxwell so much. Thank you so much for them. I love how it's split up because it's a 1,000 and then 50. Thank you for 1,000 and for 50. Thank you for the biddies, Stony. Thank you. You just got in here, so thank you so much. I hope you like your stay here. I don't want this song right now. I tried to learn the dance for this song like so fucking long ago. This song is so old now, but every time it plays, every once in a while it triggers. I'm like, oh my god, this song. I don't even remember the dance. I barely remember the song. But it like triggers war flashbacks. I'm like, wait a minute, this song. Locked. Unlock a random emote. Watching A&E. What's on AE right now? I was like, why do I know that? I needed to figure out what channel that was, what they had on. Fucking lizard. Lizard. I love that stupid lizard. Also went to Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples in Japan. I fucking love that. That's like I studied art history, so we know that. But I studied a lot of religious stuff. That was my like second focus, was like religion and cultures. Just different, sporadic. Also did theater, but I love learning about the Shinto shrines and the Buddhist temples. A lot of stuff about the temples I fucking love. Like Japan, I'm just like, I eat this shit up. I love the architectural structures for especially a lot of those places and the older designs. But like, seen some big ass Buddhas, dude. Yeah, some of those Buddhas. There's the one, I forget where it is, but that bitch is massive. What didn't you learn? Math. I didn't learn math. Large vanilla shake. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. We love it. I love a good vanilla shake. Depending on what you like, dipping the fries in also can be quite nice. Dum 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 dum. I know Nikki does that couple different places. I learned a lot. Okay, Kev. I have a lot of associates. I just kept on getting stuff and then learning because I didn't know what to do with my life. So I instead kept on taking classes. And now here I am in limbo. Though I am editing stuff and my mom is now just like, you should go into video editing for movies. And I was like, you want me to stare at a screen more? I gotta stare at the screen more? I don't want to stare at the screen that long. Dum 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 dum. But I would make the sickest fucking edits for a movie. Forget editing the whole movie. I'll just make a fucking edit. Like the vibe of the shrines better than the temples. The temples charge like 500 yen for a stamp. The shrines are free and a few hundred blessings. See, I really like the shrines. I can say that too. The shrines is more of what I like. I like the temples because I like structures. I like structures. But I don't like that. But also it's kind of like, I don't know, it's a bit odd, but yeah. I can agree with that. The shrines, I fucking eat that shit up. I love it. I love all of the like traditions and lore stuff. Like even with the what are their proper names? The Torii gates. The gates into the shrines. Like I love all the lore and like traditions with a lot of those, especially about like what they are and how you're supposed to walk through and all that different stuff. I love it. Social media editor, that's gonna be me. Gonna make the sickest fucking weirdest edits for all these companies. It is not a lot, but it feels like a gift shop. No, I get that. What? I have this cat already. But I'll take it. Torii gates are Shinto only. Yes. But like I love like all the like traditions and whatnot based upon that. It's a lot of stuff that was also in Silent Hill F. So like I was very happy playing Silent Hill F because that was a lot of like in the middle of nowhere, a lot of like big folklore in that game. So I very much like it. Live in a small town that hardly has anything. That's real as hell. You know, it'd be that way. It do be that way, Stoney. I unfortunately live in Southern California. So I live by LA. So I got a lot of shit over here, bro. To the point that it's like sometimes where it's like, okay, this is too much. Please. Torii gates, fuck yeah. I love them. I love the Torii gates. That was one of my favorite things to learn about. Truth be told, the main thing that I learned a lot about different religions and cultures was about death, and I do love that. Insisted we go because the gods knew we came. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. I like that. Oh, that's really cute. I like that a lot for that guide. That's so cute. Went to the fourth largest city in the U.S. to a small town. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy going from really big city to that small. Be that way. Sometimes that's nice. Sometimes a nice change. I mean, it really depends on you. I don't think I can move away from the big city. I'm so used to it now. I don't want to be in the city, but I don't want to be too far from it. I almost breathed in when I was drinking my coffee. I would have just inhaled my coffee, put it into my bloodstream. I didn't really want to listen to 17. Hollywood Undead. I do like Riot. I'll listen to Riot later. One Fingers is so good. I'm just on my liked songs. We're just running it through it. More Calliope. Miku! It's Teto. I can't skip Teto. My queen deserves so much representation. I love Miku. She is my queen, but Teto, I love it. Work for the next state over? Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy working that far. Butters, how are you? Oh my god, I hope you're well. It's been a minute since I've seen you too. Oh my god, I love it. This is like catch-up stream. I get to see everybody and catch up with everybody. I've been talking for an hour. Okay, we'll start the game soonish. Good? I'm glad you're good. I'm doing good. Honestly, very excited. I was working hard on an edit yesterday as I've been nonstop talking about it. But I'm very happy with it. And I have other stuff that I need to do and just other stuff that I need to do. I don't want to. I need to record a self-tape, but like, man, give me a day. Let's see. Stoney, you got a 14, 12, and a 2. So you're doing good. A little tired, but you're very happy because you got 20 chicken nuggets. That's pretty freaking good. I'm gonna have fun today, but I'm going to get dead a lot. Oopsie. I think I have a better understanding today about this. So we're gonna do some invasion. It is so tempting to just join random people on Outlast Trials. I will not. If I have any friends who do want to join eventually, more than welcome. Quiet said if Quiet is able to, he will try to join, but he is busy. So we're just chilling today. Explains why I got that much. Real as hell. Real as hell. Honestly, I wouldn't even question any of it. 20 chicken nuggets. That's, okay, that is quite a lot of chicken nuggets, but like also I would get that many. No dipping sauce. So you're just eating the chicken nuggets plain? I have a lot of energy. I need to stand, I think. I'm like shaking my leg and like fidgeting and moving. Not the raw dog in the nuggets. Damn. That's crazy. Do you not like any dipping sauce? Like, is there any that you'd like? Or is this just not your thing? Lizard. No, interesting. I can't even shame you too much because, like, I love dipping sauce. But every once in a while, I just eat the chicken nugget plain and I'm like, this shit's the fucking most delicious thing I've ever had. It's just chicken and bread. So there's nothing wrong with that. Crazy. Sauce can die? Oh, real as hell. I do love, I mean, McDonald's has a law now. Can't go to hell. Sorry, my hair got stuck on this nail polish that's on my nail still. So out of response, I just took the whole thing off. I think I like the barbecue sauce from McDonald's. I think because I just had it so much as a kid that I've now gaslit myself into liking it. So it's very like nostalgic. I used to like Wendy's Ranch. Chick-fil-A sauce. Chick-fil-A sauce I do like. That one I like. I guess because the rest isn't like, it's nothing special. Ketchup is just ketchup. I don't want Evelyn right meow. What a good song. We should... Okay, Lavaga, not right now. Maybe when we play... when we play... What was that? When we play Outlast Trials? Oh, I love this version. Just sauce is better? Ooh, hold on. I do like, oh my god, what? I have it in my fridge. It's a sweet and sour sauce. Ooh. What is... Sorry, I meant to say what is Polynesian sauce made of, but as you could tell with that whole sentence that I just said, no words actually physically came out. Hi, Coco. How are you, Coco? I'm still thinking about Devil May Cry, Coco. That shit, you're so right. That shit just peak. I fucking love Devil May Cry. I love it. Is that just code for barbecue sauce with pineapple? Oop. That sounds so funny. Is that just code? I mean, it's like a sweeter version, yeah. Ooh. Gonna axolotl up in here. You ask a lot of questions. You don't, okay? You don't, actually. Okay, sorry. I just... Skrillex. Okay, face my fears with Skrillex. There's a specific one that I like. Is it this one? It's for oh, it's this one. Is that Silver Swan? It's a sweet and sour like sauce. Yeah, it is Silver Swan. Is it Silver Swan? Yes, I couldn't see it. The image was so crunchy. It's a sweet chili sauce. I love that shit because that shit's so good for lumpia. It's for no pickles and they gave me pickle powder. Dude, fucking what was fucking oh my god, Virgil was like to the tomato nader, and I was like, what the hell did Virgil just say? Face My Fears. I fucking love these songs. It's just a Skrillex. It's the English version. And the fact that Skrillex is crazy. Fucking Virgil's really got me the tomato one. I love the new vocal stems. They begin. My main new vocal stem is a stupid song. That's who's on Warframe. Who else would I fucking have expected to be on Warframe? At any hour of the day. It's Jordy. Jordy's on Warframe. Where's that stupid song? I need this song again. I'll let Face My Fears play that because I love this song. I'm missing one achievement in Outlast Trials. What is this? Show me. It's a hidden achievement. I don't care. Show me. Sawbones. Sawbones badge. What is the Sawbones badge? Badge. Outlast Trials. Oh, reviving a friend 50 times? Oh shit, that's what I've never gotten it. I never revive friends. Yeah, I don't revive friends. And that sounds mean. Like, man, you don't pick up your friends in Outlast Trials, you leave them for dead? No, I just try not to let them get dead. Hey, I'm sorry, I'm taking a little peeksy in the game. And I see a little goober in the sleep room waiting. Oh no. Oh no, Kev, do you have a microphone? Sorry, I'm trying to crunch out my hair. I put a lot of mousse in it today. There's a lot of mousse. See? Oh, good heavens, we're gonna have a fun day. I fucking love the walkie-talkies in this fucking game, okay? The hair is herring. It has more shape and form. It's just not the shape and form that I want. I've thought about getting... No, I haven't really. I just think it's super interesting getting a, what is that called? Someone check on Doc, he can't speak? Wait, Doc can't speak? What do you mean by that? What the hell? Evidence it says a mod needs to approve it? Huh? Let me open my big boy thing. Thank you for letting me know for that. Can't type in chat here? That's weird. I'm like, let me see if there's anything on my end. That is the most loudest noise ever. I didn't have my Twitch muted. There was a hype train on the front page. That was so loud. Got that dog in him. And it's weird because I would still usually see it because I'm my own mod. This song haunts me. Automatic cute? Yeah, that's weird. I don't even know where to go for certain things. Moderation. Mod management? Oh, I forgot my friend Emma. Emma is a mod too. I forgot about that. This song literally is going to haunt me, Kev. I like don't even know where to go to see if somebody... We ever pick a new mod? I think I know who I want as a new mod. I just need to actually talk to them and figure it out. Oh my god, yeah. There's a new thing coming to Twitch. They have it it's in alpha right now, but it's auto clips. I don't know how I feel about it, but like you can say clip that and it'll clip it for you automatically. Anyways, back to what I was looking for. I just ran into that. Safety center? That's not where I want to be. This is outside of Twitch. Ooh, yeah, it quite seems interesting. Because, let me see. Okay, he's part of that list. Have more time now? Why, yes, I do. I just forgot my friend Emma is a mod. Let me do that. Do. Ba, 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 ba. I like locked in really quick. I stopped breathing for a second. It's awesome. Yeah. When I was at TwitchCon, my friend was talking about it, so we were talking about that. But I see it. It's in I think it's under monetization. I think that's where it was. But it has you have to queue for like the wait list, which I'm like, okay. But it seems quite interesting. Come back to us, dog. Like the only things I can see too, like it doesn't even show any timeouts or warnings. Like there's no warnings or anything. There's just 2 bans, but we know why. Damn, because the last thing was that. You did. What the hell? Not the Duolingo badge. What am I looking for now? Let me skip that. I don't want that song right now. I'm trying to think. 2 bands. Somebody's rich in there. Yeah, somebody's rich up in there. I don't even know where to. Oh, that's what I wanted to. But it doesn't make sense because even if I have what I'm looking for. No. No. Nope, that's ads. I don't touch the ads. I don't know how to work that. It may tell me, but unfortunately I am so stupid. Content. I hate the copyright claims manager. It haunts me to this day because of stupid Kingdom Hearts. Nothing against Kingdom Hearts, Kev. It's just unfortunately Kingdom Hearts music gets copyrighted and you may think, oh, like the songs that they play in it, like say like the main theme songs. No, the random fucking like in-game songs. Its own fucking music gets copyrighted. Don't know why. User banned by turn up because you didn't know. Get that bitch deleted. Yeah. Bad? I'm not talking bad. I'm not talking bad. It just, for some reason, Kingdom Hearts music gets copyrighted. And I'm like, why? I'm playing the game. I'm not just like playing the music. I'm playing the game. Are you Breaking Bad? I'm badly breaking. How do I'm trying to look for something. And I don't know where it is. Okay, it's not here. It should be in my settings then. Settings. Stream. I think. Who can stream it? I can let people stream on my channel. Yeah. That sums it up. We love Kingdom Hearts, but we hate Square Enix. Mm-hmm. I do. I agree with that fully. Sorry, my concerned look is trying to look around and find what I need. Schedule. I can post a schedule. Crazy. Okay, that's suggested channels. Stream events? No. Okay. Is this one? No, because that's moderators. Now we're having to Google. I feel so old trying to find stuff. This one. It's not just your channel? Okay, so it's just Twitch itself. Okay. So there's nothing on my end. That's weird. Did Doc's account get like... Has anybody been banned on Twitch? Like just Twitch in general? How can we... I'm just gonna have Discord up on the side. I guess it's time to just pull up Discord. The Discord. Pop out Discord just so I can see Doc. That's weird. I'm gonna start switching to the game so we can start doing that. Kev, if you hear me singing today while playing Outlast Trails, don't worry about it. Don't worry about me screaming and singing to the songs as I'm running around panicked. We could be invaders! Also, hair is herring. I'm trying to get back my natural waves. I don't have severely curly hair except for my baby hairs, but we don't talk about the baby hairs because that shit has its own mind. Sometimes it's super annoying and sometimes they don't even exist. Twitch chat is now... Yeah. That's weird though. Like, unless he has a strike on his account, but I feel like he would get notified for that or something. Like, you know, he would know that something hit him. We love you and miss you. Okay. Let me get game sound on. Da, 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 da. All the love, all the love. I'm gonna stand up too. Well, I'm getting this all changed. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Saying here. Oh my god, yeah. Twitch said, you're not coming back this time. Like, what the freak, Twitch? Do I gotta start streaming on, like, YouTube or something? Oh, the game finally opened. I just went to go stare at my hair again. It has a nice pattern to it. It's just also the case of will it stay, because my hair does not like staying. Red Barrel, I could smack you right now. Do I need to download shaders, or are we okay? I think we're okay, because I played this recently. I will switch the screen in a uno momento. Let me bring up... Let's see. 2000 road trip music? Okay. It's not simply clean coming on immediately. Making me feel high. That's so weird. Okay, peace out. I actually should wait till the game fully opens. I know, Kev, I noticed when I went back to click on Outlast Trials when I was looking at something else in Steam, and then I was like, wait a minute, somebody's on this game. Okay, hold on, I gotta tab out of the game. Go over here. Just do that. Everything else should be fine. Outlast Trials said I got it. You said I got that. I can go. Yeah. Like I said, I'm here to play this. It's technically a holy shit, that's a cool ass fucking leg. You walk away. You don't hear me say. Hey, no invaders are gonna be kicking that leg like that. Well and clean is the way that you make me feel. What else do we got? I don't know what I had gotten new. Do I have raviolis? Did we finish the first page? Oh god, you're gonna hear me. Yeah, you're gonna hear me now. I know. Wah. What was I doing? Oh, did I get the catalog? Oh, I did. I have the pirate fit. I should put that on. I like being a clown though.
Jesus. Customization.
Jesus Christ. Get out of my womb. Oh damn. I mean, see, I got the appearance. Where's my fits? I have too many fits. Ah.
I have no fits. So why are you showing off?
I got this. I just got this. You have a Wi-Fi extender? Kai has a Wi-Fi extender. I'm going back to being a clown. It's quite scary.
Woo, Kai.
Yippee! Where is my...
Time to mute the stream.
I know, otherwise you'll hear double of you and me. This is my wife's skin. That sounds weird. We're good to fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I killed somebody dressed as that. I like being a clown though. I'm so attached to that skin. I can see the fucking door clipping through my face. Oh, I like the back over my head. Press rats. Who with you? This Kev.
Tis me.
Yeah, we were trying to solve problems for Doc because the Twitch app just said, fuck you. But we are playing Outlast Trails. Oh my god, hi.
Hi.
Do we wanna be silly? I can be my correction officer. Hold on, I'll put on my officer outfit. I kind of want the cool ass leg though.
Let me look at my 3 outfits.
It's okay, you can get some of these outfits now because the catalogs are there. Maybe. I think this is the pants that fit best. I have my one prosthetic. Time for guys. Yeah, soon. It's getting there. The pieces are all piling up now, Kai. We gotta put on our officer one. Ooh, but I like that one. What's that one look like? Okay. Actually, I don't mind that one, but that's just like the little deluxe one. I like this. What's that one? That's normal. Googles. I have my favorite Googles on. I could put my skin Google on. Or cobwebs Google. That's just like... Oh, that was for... I forget which event that was. I like my Googles. They're quite nice. Those are fits. Where are my hats? I like having hair, but have we thought about... Oh, I have that hat! Oh my god, it's so cute. It's a hat and hair. Oh, I could just be bald. But I need to bite Quiet for buying this for me. Quiet. Oh, we love Quiet. I could be a cowboy, bro. We could be the sheriff. We could have a pretty little bow in our head. I mean, that's someone that makes the most sense. Hold on, if we go like to that. But like, I hate not having hair, so I think we're gonna go with the beret. Hello, and welcome to We're Building My Character as Kev just sits there and waits. Why do I have blonde hair? Man, it's kind of ugly from that side. We're not gonna look from that side. Yeah, that works. That does not look comfy. Okay. I got my fit. Oh, Jesus. I was like, where'd you go? Fucking crouch there. Junior! Hello! Bald. No, my Twitch is fucking up with Wait, okay, Kai, is Twitch fucking up your messages as well? Because we're having issue with Doc, where he can't even message. So is it a Twitch thing? Junior? 4, 3, and 8. Your move is coming up and it's quite taking a toll on you. falling apart in the right place. My life is falling apart in the right places. Fair. I think you're just a lot's going on. Not necessarily bad, not necessarily good. We have the Prime Entertainment on the screen. Let me see, Kai. 1716.8, because you got a Wi-Fi booster. Failing to send and then sending them anyway. I think Twitch Mobile. It's a Twitch Mobile thing. Okay. Doc, if you can hear us. If you're still with us, Doc. If you're still with us, Doc, you're not the only one. I want this. This diner is quite cool. I think I have the diner. Okay. Whee! When's the last time you played this game, Kev? Never. He's going to hide in a hole. Diner? I hardly know her. Oh, let me judge actually. Relapses.
I think last time I played was during the twins or whatever.
Okay, it's not too long ago.
Yeah, but that was the only time I played.
Oh, yeah.
Also.
Spent in trials 4 hours? 96?
Let's go.
Yeah.
4 hours. Let's go.
Okay.
Look at me go. Look at them now. Look at them points. Look at them hours.
Look at him. Pro gamer right there. Arm wrestling victories. Damn.
Look at me go.
Come on,
I'm
let's-
at 0.
You gotta play it at least once. Let's go. I think it's mouse. Yeah, it's mouse. Put the DBD knowledge. Well, fuck. Well, fuck. I hear Offspring in my ear right now. Fuck. There you go. You got one. Let's go. You've done her.
Knowledge.
Yeah. Worth a shot. I should have not. Oh, fair. Thank you, Turnip, for trying to fix it all. Because I don't know what the fuck's happening. I mean, you don't know either. None of us do. What's in the store? Did it change? Oh, there's a daily Murkoff box. Collect it. I got a bone.
Okay.
Anyways, what's in a black market? There's a
I
black
already claimed
market.
it. I need 2 more hours.
Oh, well. Ooh, crispy.
I took
Spaceship.
myself off of push to talk, so you get to hear everything now.
Hell yeah.
Especially my squeaky chair.
Yeah, I was gonna say squeaky chair. Okay, you haven't played this too much, so we're just gonna do a normal round.
doing whatever.
We're gonna go in.
Down to clown.
We're gonna go in for the Halloween event so we can get some stuff for that, but also most likely we'll get an invasion. So like,
We're invading Poland?
get invading Poland. Oh my god! Use your strong hand. I'll make sure I leave Kev to die and then grab him with my strong hand. How does your chair sound, Kai? I haven't played Kill the Snitch. Clear the autopsy, feed the child, punish the miscreants. We're on standard. Or do you want to go on intensive?
You do you. I will be there.
Okay, we'll do standard. We'll do standard. It's a warm-up. It's a warm-up, full length. We're killing the snitch. We're on the Halloween event, so we're having hallucinations. That's it. That's it. Hallucinations. What the fuck are you doing? Oh my god, I could hear your fucking the clicking. I'm like, what are you spamming?
Spam it.
Let's go! Oh my. My chair is so mean to me. Can I beat your chair up? Do you want my old chair? It may have a metal pipe sticking out, but you know, it's okay. I too hallucinate. Horrible. How did you load in faster than me?
I'm just better like that, okay?
The hell yeah. I guess I'll keep my stun rig. My
Oh, yeah,
fucking.
I should probably.
I like X-ray, but I like. What are my tasks? What are the daily tasks? Projectiles, rig recharge, antidote. Okay, time to go insane.
Alright, I brought heal.
Okay. I'll keep my stun rig. I'll keep us alive. I need to headshot enemies. I need to throw shit at enemies. Honestly, better than mine. I don't want to see coil. I don't want to see that man digging in his guts. I didn't want to see that. I got Britney Spears going in my ears. I don't... Coil, leave me alone. Like, I love you, Coil. But, oh. What a trip. Britney Spears got us through this.
That wasn't much. I've been through worse.
Honestly, I feel like Bambinos is so much worse. I don't even know if you've ever seen Bambinos.
Yeah, fucking bubblehead motherfucker.
It's fucking sitting on dead woman's lap. That fucker crawls! Okay. Smart imposters. Let's see if we get invaded. I want Bobble. If not, it's a great warm-up then. Oh. Hey, I need to disarm traps. I'm so glad I was not standing. Oh, a brick! We might not get invaded. That's so exciting. Can't wait to get invaded. Can't wait to invade. Have you ever done this one?
Probably. I don't remember.
I thought probably. Maybe. What if I just leave you in the... I can't leave you in the dust. Ooh, his brain's blown out.
I'm here.
I think we can put him together again. I think he's fine.
A couple stitches.
Yeah, yeah.
I've seen worse.
Fine. We're gonna go on intensive after this, I think. Why? Hey, do you want to go up and over? Oh. Fuck. Get chicken strips. Let's send you up and over.
Yay.
Yippee! Goodbye.
And I'm gonna just leave you.
That's okay. I'll be... Oh, we need to collect organs. Don't forget. I hear you, Skinner man. Oh, I took that man's... Oh, you opened that for me. Thank you. I say as I completely leave it. Hello. Goodbye. Bobble.
I know it.
Okay. So stand right there. No, don't take out that little rig me. I pulled out my stun rig. If you stand right there, you'll be in the splash zone.
I like splashing.
I like the splash zone. Hi, Coil. Any leftover liver? Oh, I could find you some liver. Do you want some games? I'm sure Coil could cook it up for you. Yo.
Yummy.
Fuck you, bitch. I love his fit, though.
Hello, man.
Bonk. Eminem. From the outside.
Hey, everybody, how's it going?
Just hey, how's it going? Oh, you're normal.
Going on a trip.
Hello, I didn't do anything. Whoa, stinkified. Oh. Okay. Bonk.
I
Bonk.
can't believe you did that. I was
Bonk.
ready to do things.
Oh, hey, whoa, bro. Got Skitterman over here. I got him punching me. Oh, brick. Brick.
I have all the batteries.
Oh, no, bottle brick. Oh, that's good for you.
I got an antidote.
Well, time to go into the dark.
Nah. It's, you can see everything here.
Let's go.
Oh, hey, Lo.
I was like, what the hell happened? It was Skinner Man.
Yeah.
I just heard screaming. I'm like, what the hell was in the door?
I didn't like it, but it was there.
That, you know, fair. Organs. Ooh. Do you want that games? I don't know if that was a liver, but you know, it was a round. And it seemed to be very, don't worry about it. I'm just offering up organs to the chat. Anybody need spare organs in the chat? Organ. Oh, have fun over there. Oh, I forgot what I need. There's actual tasks to do. But I'll find you some organs, Kai. Don't worry. What organ you want? You want some spine? I opened the door.
We just need gas.
Oh, we only have to do one. Oh, that's so nice. Okay, I'll find us gas. Open. I'll find us gas. Oh. Oh, I need to hit people in the head. Hold on. Jesus, take the wheel. Not with what I just did to the. Be cool. Oh, my ears. Was that two? Sorry, I'm just pelting them. Oh, not you. Don't hit me. Stop hitting me.
Easy there. That is a soft winning team.
We haven't been.
Sorry, I just beat up Coil. That's all that I did. I do want. Oh my god, yeah, you're so right. You do need a new spine. Why'd he open a door like that? Oh, hi, Skinner. And, oh, the dog's in the bath. I no longer fear anything. We're on standard. Oh, good job. I'm so proud of you. I was just bullying them. And well, you know, I think Coil deserves it. He's kind of a bad person, but you know.
Clothes on me.
Oh.
Circle.
Go in the bathroom. Checking the stalls. Me. I'm coming with bottles. Projectiles. On their way. You can do it. Oh my god. No, stop it. I don't like you. I threw everything at him. I like that they can grab your feet on. Oh, hey, so he's following us. I didn't realize he could follow us all the way out here. I have more bottles. Hey, Skitter Man. We're just gonna close this door.
Running over the stench.
Oh my god! Hold on, we got Fall Out Boy playing. We're turning it up.
I can't hear you.
Sucker. I can. So mean. Fuck you. I got Fall Out Boy in my ear. Oh, observe the TV for the clue. The TV needs to turn on.
It's the heart. It's a heart.
Where? Oh, it's on that side. I need the fucking thing to open. Digging around. Anybody want a spleen? Ooh. Ooh, my hands.
Push and snitch.
Oh, ooh, organs! Organs!
I think that's
Ooh! Ooh, organs! I really don't know what organ that is, I'll be honest.
Nope.
I missed completely. I only had one. Oh my god.
You do whatever. I'll keep pushing stench.
Okay, I'll go get the doors open. Open. Oh man, I wish I had my x-ray.
Spade.
Funny.
Yeah, spade is the key.
Yeah. When I have my x-ray, I can just look for the key without even knowing what it is. Oh, there's nothing happening in there. Okay, we're leaving that room. I don't know why I turned on that. Oh my god. Let's get you out of my mind. Get you. Oh, somebody behind me. Fucking run, bitch. I found it. I'm digging in his. I'm digging in. I'm digging into his tummy. I got it. Yeah. There's somebody behind me. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a naked woman. What are you spamming? Oh. I see what you're spamming. Yeah, I'm just... I realized that after I walked past you. Don't ask what... Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just bullying them.
I don't know about the lady. Is she following me or she's still there?
She went into the dark. Okay, fire's the last one. What's the middle key? Whenever you could... Fuck you, Skinner Man. More organs. I love organs. Any organ lovers here? Why are you early to that? Oh. Sorry, I was about to step on. Is that... oh.
Hello.
I just saw... Thank you. I put on a Spotify mix, Jordy, and it's 2000 road trip music.
The body's in there.
Yeah. Hey, somebody else is here. Hold on. Be cool, bitch. Be cool. I'm gonna bully him. Somebody's about to grab me. Ow. Fuck you. Ow. You know, that's what I get for trying to run past you when I hit you in the face. I put myself in a singular room. Sounds like my playlist. It is your playlist. It is your music. Jordy, that song I was editing to last night haunts me. I'm in a pickle of a situation. He was just staring at me. What song? Hold on. I'll cue it. Okay, last resort. I'm sorry. It was this song. I'm just gonna turn it up. As Kevin does everything. Kev just minding a nose business, playing the game, and I'm here. Diamond? Not yet.
That's the last one.
Brown.
Let's just snitch a little bit.
I found it. Can we get from your phone or PC? The phone. Oh, my back. Hey, that was mean. I was talking to my friend. Oh, what's happening here? Oh. Big booty bitches. I think a fake me is running after you. Oh no, actually they're not running after you. Oh, okay, I'm just gonna put this in. Yeah, it was trending. Hey, please stop. I needed that for other occasions. So fuck you. It was trending on TikTok and it got stuck in my head. I was like, this would be really funny for an Outlast Trials video. Oh.
All the doors are open, so.
I believe in you. You can push it. I'm just trying to find a rig recharger. I need to stand up straight. Meow, 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 meow. Jordy, I need to show you. I need to show you part of where. Oh, it was on this side. Oopsie. I need to show part of the edit that I was doing. It's so smooth. I wish I had. Oh, hey, enemy. Yippee! Where? Tell them they're mean.
Just camping the snitch.
That's so fucking rude. Whoop! Who? Thank you. Oh, jeez, that scared me. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god, another bear. Oh, hey, so Luffy's here.
There's a shadow with a percentage mark in front of me.
Oh, that's a fake you. Yeah, loser. Oh, I dropped her off at a door. Another bear! More bears! Excuse me, Skinner Man. I don't need what you're selling. But welcome in! Now we have a little bear, and then we have a... What is your name? We just have more bears. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Well, welcome back, Doc. That was a horrible moment to say welcome back. I'm burning. Fuck you. I'm proud of you, Butcher Snitch. I'm fucking around and finding out. Oh my god, I don't know what happened to your thing, Doc. Yeah. Snitch is in. I am running to help. I haven't done anything to help. I've been trying to find documentes. Oh. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm coming. I'm running. Oh, look at you go. You're electrocuting that Snitch as I'm running. Oh, don't worry. I'm running. Oh, okay. Oh, it's so calm.
I did these far away, so you be here about 10 seconds.
Yeah. Not allowed, sir. Kill him. I'm gonna go prep the door. Follow me this way. Run. I know, fucking run for our life. Coil's gonna be up in a second. So I think I'm working. I'm working again? Like right now? So, oh. Is there anything there? No. Go fucking run. Oh my god, actually fucking run. He just screamed in my ear. Press the button. Press the button. Come here, Coil. Hit you in the head. Oh, he's all over there. Hey, Coil. Yeah, hi. You don't assault an officer of the law. He says as I pelt him in the face. My Twitch is working again? Okay, good, good. That's what I thought. And then I was like, wait. Gogo's playing Sonic Racing! Sonic Racing! Oh shit. Sonic? I need to charge my iPad. That's weird. I don't know why it didn't work, but Kai was also having some problems, so that's fucking weird. It does look so fun. We're gonna buy it for you eventually, okay, Kai? Because then I'm gonna buy one, and then we can all play. And then we'll get Quiet one, and then we can all play. And then we'll get Doc one, and we'll get Kev one, and then we'll all play.
We'll all play.
We'll all play. You mark my words. I'll pick up an extra shift just for it. If I work one shift, I can play.
Okay.
Yummy! Yummy! Oh my god, your head is spazzed out. Your goggles.
That's just me on a normal day.
Your googles. Your googles. Not Turnip though,
normal.
of course. Turnip, do you like racing? Do you like Sonic Racing? Do you want to be Miku? We'll get it for you too. Well, I don't know, but we're all going to slowly acquire it one by one. Never played a racing game, really? Oh, it's how friendships burn. It's how friendships burn. I want to play Miku so bad too. Yeah, I can be, we can recreate the Head in the Horizon. Hatsune Miku. We can recreate it. Kai, we can recreate it. No idea. Well, we're gonna get you to play Sonic then. Turn up. Plugged in my Wi-Fi extender? Oh, how does Wi-Fi extender work? Like, how's that working? Bow, 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 bow. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Now, I could subject you to ultimate torture And we can go on psychosurgery. We're not going to psychosurgery. We are not going to psychosurgery. That shit is horrifying.
Oh, okay.
Test now has signal better than 1 bar? Fuck yeah, we like that. Chugging my coffee. Do you want to try to invade? Oh,
Yeah.
hello.
Let's try it. Let's see if we get a game.
I know, yeah. Because we didn't get any invasions on that. I always get them when it's single. I think it's a lot of single players. I don't know if we'll get any for 2. So we'll see.
Get my exercise in.
Getting the little,
Thank you.
I don't,
Oh shit, look at that.
oh, fuck me, look at that. That's my favorite one. Get up here. This is gonna be the formal warning for flashing lights. The formal warning for flashing lights. I don't remember which one it is. It's either the color that he says or the color that's in the color. I think it's the actual letter. The actual letter? Oh no, it's one of these. My brain hurts. I don't... Oh, it's the color of the thing? So green? Okay. Brain better. Except now I have to remember words. Fuck you. Oh.
No, damn it.
It was close enough.
No. No. Stop it. No.
Oh my god. Yeah, protocol 2. Oh, I forgot what I was doing.
No, I just found it. Damn it, it's up there.
Yeah. Let's go by Plonk. Oh wait, actually, that's right here too. Beep, 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 beep. I actually forgot what it is. Oh, that was an awful lob. Oh no. Oh my god.
Oh god.
Why did I spike that down? I didn't even let it touch. Boop. Yippee! Fuck.
Yeah. No.
Yippee! Savage ATMs! Oh my god, okay! I don't know why I responded with panic. We're having an attention match of Plonk. Fuck. But...
No.
Boom.
What the hell?
I don't know. I strike you down.
Okay.
Fuck. I think you're like, yeah, yippee! Oh my god, okay. That came like speeding at me.
God damn it.
My music is getting more intense. Fuck. This is so hard because I need to make sure it touches the floor as well. No! Okay, let me check my DMs. Let's see. What did my little bear send me? Beep beep boop. Oh, is that soup? I love that, oh. It did not find any. Trial preparation has stopped. Let me click it again. Let's see if we get anything. I love seeing the full drying. Oh, another one? That's so cute. It's soup. Soup. I love soup. Have y'all ever thought about soup? I love soup.
What is it?
Soup. There's soup art? There's more soup art.
Yeah, the door open.
You know? Oh, that's my room over there? Why don't we... Why don't I try this? Let's go in as reagents. Let's see what happens with that.
Okay.
I don't think there's two-player ones. Discord. Yeah! Supply us with the soup. The soup supply. We need more soup. If not, then I put us on into I am not playing chess. Get in the shuttle! We found a match! Get the fuck in, soldier! We're going to war!
I'm running!
Not as Muse Hysteria is playing. Not the Poland! I want my favorite seat, which is this seat.
I want that seat.
Well, too late. I most literally cannot get up. There's no takebacks.
So rude.
Hey,
rude.
tell that to the man in charge. Oh, I look ugly. I'm not a clown. I hate it. I'm gonna change back to being a clown. I love being a clown. Oh my god, it's soup! Oh my god, we're doing the soup mission. It's soup. Kai, it's meant for you. This is your MK challenge. Soup.
I see it now. Yay! Oh, it's so cute. It's so cute.
Soup.
Should I keep heal or should I go to?
We are going into invasion, so whatever you wish to bring. I like X-ray so much, but I can't do X-ray now. I love soup. Big soup fans here. We love soup. Meow, 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 meow.
It's only us two then.
Simple and clean.
Again? I'm missing it?
It's simple and clean. Specifically my alarm clock version, which is the what is this? It's Ray of Hope remix.
Oh.
It's great. I love it. Okay, we gotta fucking go. Let's taking that. Let's go. Oh my god. Oh, sorry. That scared the shit out of me.
We've been invaded.
Wait, only one invader? Oh, I'm so sorry to this invader. We've been hashtag invaded. We'll see who they're impersonating. Because it tells you which one. They should rebalance the rigs. No one should be using anything in the stun or maybe heal rig. Be using anything. Yeah, okay, well, I really do like... Oh, put the soup in, thank you. I really like the X-ray rig. But I only... Okay, I always use it. You go that way, I'll go this way. Good luck. Hopefully you don't die.
I will.
Oh. If you see me, you don't. I'm not real. Blind is slow. X-ray is in need of map knowledge. I only use X-ray to find more items. And to cheat the system because I can find the items. Oh my god. I can find the items without even needing the knowledge. Sunhill X-ray? Yeah, I agree with that. I'd like the concept of barricade, but yeah, barricade's kind of bad. Oh, also Jammer. There's Jammer now too. Jammer doesn't exist. Oh, propaganda posters. Okay. Yeah, Jammer does nothing. Is somebody by me? I forget that. Oh, good luck. I forget that Jammer No. I have the imposter. Imposter. Oh my god, I got royally fucked. That's important. You walk away. You don't hear me say please. Oh, they're getting fucked up. They're getting fucked up by the enemy. What are you? Whoa. That was a little too close for comfort, ma'am. Were you trying to get to the door? Oh, I killed. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my god, I killed them and oh, hey. I freaking killed the fucking imposter and they said no. Oh my god. Anyways, Jordy, I highly agree with you. I'm like, something needs to be reworked. Cause like, oh my god, especially with the add-ons and once you build up your stun rig, that shit's so good. Murderer, why yes. I got a soup. It is weird. I don't think. Oh hey. I don't think anybody's really on for invasions right now. That's perfectly fine. I need to go downstairs. Look at my old downloaded mods. You can tell it was a. Used to be a major gooner? Used to be? Aren't you still? That sounded very mean and aggressive, and I don't apologize for my actions. I mean, oh. Oh yeah, don't forget propaganda posters. Also, I use it for that. I use my X-ray for finding the propaganda posters or organs. Yeah, see? Yeah. Or, documents. Easterman Jr. What? Easterman Journal. I can speak. What the fuck was that noise? Soup. I have my soup. Calmly walk out of that situation. Looking at Gunner's Steam profile. Why are you looking at Gunner's Steam profiles? You been looking at your own? No. What the freak you mean by that?
I think I'm gonna need a help
Okay. I have my soup done.
I have a co-op door.
Oh, I can take care of that. You can go take care of whatever you need to. Where the freak is your... Oh, I can't see your name.
There's someone here. I believe that's you. That's yeah.
Oh,
There's a big guy there. Careful.
don't want what you're selling. Okay.
We go this way. Through here to your left. This way.
Okay. Oh, it's that door? Oh, I can take care of that. Sorry, I'm just busting down all the doors. Oh, I went the wrong way. Hold on. Hi. I'll go take care of it. You go whichever way you need. Why is Hey There Delilah playing in my ears so loud? Ugh.
Oh, there's a place to crouch there.
Yeah. Yeah! You paid soon? I'm gonna buy Cloud Meadow. Isn't that a... Gunner game? Isn't that's the one with the little femboy, right? Open. That doesn't open. Oh, X-ray man in here. Oh, I found the soup. I don't know where you are.
I have soup.
Hey, you, come here!
Well, he don't know where he's going. He looked at me.
Walking away! What's the word, shitbird?
He just called me a shitbird. Yes, Finbo happy. Oh, shit. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. What if I put us on psychosurgery? I've only done one psychosurgery match in my life.
How did that go?
It went really well. Honestly, actually, would do psychosurgery again with that group.
With that group specifically.
Yeah. No, you know, I stand by my word. I locked in. Oh, Futterman's gonna be. Is it Futterman? Fuck you.
Yep.
That was personal. That was a personal attack. I have my stun rig. Why did I lose? Oh, it's still thinking about letting us out. Okay. I was spamming it. I'm like, please. Oh, it's Stinker. Oh. Well, fuck you, I guess.
No way, no.
Cooler Games where? On my feed? Never. I can't believe we I mean, I won't blame the invader. It was 1 against 2. I threw bottles.
It was a 1v1. You the only person that saw them.
True,
It was a
true.
1v1.
You know, we'll stay in this. We're gonna see if we get into it. Yeah, we're going in as imposters now. Imposters. But if I want to go to a game then, though, we'll hand deliver you
Let's get it.
the Gooner games, okay? We'll hand deliver them to you. Oh my god, we got NSYNC. I'm going to be searching. Oh, it's searching for trials to invade. Oh, let me see what I got for my score. Oh, I got another hat.
I got pants.
You sounded so sad. You sounded so sad. I got pants.
Just plain plants.
We got one. Yes. If I find good songs, I might add it to the edit, but I think I have my final selections. Meow, 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 meow. Did anybody see the song I put in song suggestions? That was just a song that they did a cover of that was just meowing for Lafe.
I don't think so.
It was so good. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, so there's only one reagent.
It's only one regent. This is so mean.
It is so mean. Hey, we
They're
didn't get the
doing a suit.
posters. Oh, they're a little pirate. Meow, 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 meow.
I'm
Meow,
impersonating the
meow.
one regent.
They're going to the church. They're going to church.
Okay.
If they enter the church, I'll see them. Meow, meow.
Let me know because I put in first.
Is that them? No.
Yep.
Did you find them? Oh.
They pushed me.
Man, I didn't even see.
They're running away from me.
Yeah. Is that you? That is you? That's you. I'm like, is that you or is that them? Nobody in there. That's Mr. Psycho Bitch. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I just love when I sing along to songs in stream because then in the VOD it mutes the song. So then it's really the guessing game when I'm meowing songs of what song am I actually singing. Where are they? When it's one person, it is so hard. Meow, 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 to find them. Oh my god, that's spooky. Oh, you found them! Oh my god! Oh my god, why are they screaming like that? It was so mean! Okay, get the fuck out of there now. Oh my god, did they stun you when they walked out of there?
Yeah, they got mad. They're like, that's some bullshit, man.
Y'all just jumped his ass.
Alice for Halloween. I love Alice. I love it, I love it, I love it. Oh. So they were over there. Now we just gotta keep track of them. I don't care about body. It's so hard to find them.
They were hiding in like one spot the entire time.
Well, let's see. I have Halloween costumes, but I do... Oh my god. Oh, I see them, I see them. They're by the man with the glasses. The goggles. Hello. They were in there. Do they feel soup? Hello. At this point, I should just find them. I had such a hard time finding them. Yeah, I know. Kill reagent. Well, where is the reagent?
Why are you making noise? No, that's one of the guys.
I'm just gonna run around really quick. Finding who? Reagents. Why, yes, we're finding the reagents. We must murder the reagents. I haven't found them yet. When they're quiet, it's so hard. Hey, I don't really want to deal with you. Oh, I found them. Oh no, so they definitely saw me because...
I'm gonna watch you bleed and I'm gonna watch you die.
They're on their own, so they're kind of in a must always avoid everybody.
Oh, they're by a door that's blocked. Okay. Let's see. Oh, my head. Yes, he is. Oh, I got hit. Why do I always get hit? Ow, ow. They closed the door on my fucking face. I fucking got smacked in the face. They are hurt, though.
Okay.
I think I heard their voice when I stabbed them. I think it was just...
They can speak.
That was...
Or you can hear them.
Can they hear us?
When I killed them, it was bullshit. I don't know.
Because I hope not, because I was just screaming. I was just screaming.
I think they only hear us like when they're getting like interacted with us, I think.
Interesting. I mean, it is kind of bullshit in the sense that there's two of us. They only send out one at a time, but... This
guy spawned, so he's over here with the big guy.
I mean, you're the next one to go in, so... Oh, and he's in the swimming pool area?
Nearby, yeah.
Okay, I'll keep my eye out over there. Oh, there you are.
I see him.
Oh, hello, random citizen. You're not who I need. Oh my god, so he's still over here.
Yeah, last I saw, he was from over here.
What's that? This is like playing FNAF. I'm like, huh? Hell yeah, we're jamming Mr. Pants and Kai. Also, hi Gothic, how are you? Meowdy howdy.
I see him.
You see him? Okay.
Yeah, he's right here.
Yeah, I'm going to the pool camera. Oh yeah, he is. He's waiting to throw shit at you. Yep. The fucking maniacal laughing. Oh, he shook his head. No. No. Want to play FNAF? We should all play FNAF. He went that way. He closed the door. He might go down the dark hallway again.
My ass.
I think I found the issue. Why am I touching? Oh yes, tell us why. Cause that was weird. Are they hiding in a locker?
I think he might be.
Check those lockers. Get back in there, soldier. Cause I'm not.
Shit. Wrong thing.
Wrong locker. That was our locker. Just being a bitch about my VPN? Interesting.
Yeah, there he is. He's at the pool still.
He's still at the pool? Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, I see. Yes, okay. I see.
He's still near the pool, I'm pretty sure.
No, he's putting the soup in.
What is it?
He saw me and he can't put the soup in because I'm here.
Yeah. Just duck when he throws a bottle. You have a lot of bottles.
Yeah, you managed to find a lot of bottles. Ow, he put the stun. He should still be.
He's getting something out of the box right here. Refill. Gonna use it.
Oh no! Oh no, I see that rig recharge. He said, I'm going to bully you back.
He's gonna go do the soup. You have time. There you go.
Oh, my head!
Bottle.
Why am I always get beat up? I'm gonna get hit again, but I stabbed him again. I'm getting so many bottles to the head.
You can start the camera here. You still on him?
Yes. There we go. I don't think he has. I'm so sorry.
My second right?
I can hear him talk. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He said, "Ah,
Please say
fuck."
something.
He wasn't mad. He was just like, "Ah, fuck." I'm like, "I'm sorry."
Not again.
So I guess
Alright, where's
if,
he?
keep myself in Seattle, Twitch hates it, but I guess if I'm in LA, it doesn't care. That's interesting. What's wrong with Seattle? I forgot this banger of a song is playing. That makes it.
Now, where is he?
To move my VPN to my other phone? Interesting. That's weird that that's the cause. That body stopping. That body stopping. Oh, the camera broken.
Yeah, he broke one of the cameras.
I think that's all the thinking. I fucking love Hollywood Undead. Twitch wants me. Twitch said you got to be closer to the streamer you're watching.
Oh no, that's enemy. Where is he? Where is he?
Oh. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. We're trying to invade a little bit, but it feels like bullying. Oh, he's up. Why did it look like he was... The angle I had, his little image when he made noise, it was so cute. He was like sideways kicking. But I want to play. Oh, that's a big man with a dick. Hello? No, that's nothing. That's a normal man.
Where he is.
Oh, there we go. Right there. He's in the church, so he's above you. He has soup, so he's heading back to fill the soup. He's still over there. He dropped soup. He's gonna throw a camera at my face, a bottle at my face. He has a bottle in his hand. Oh my god, you're on the other side of the door. He's about to break it.
Yep.
He has soup, so he can't. No! But also good. I hate the charge up of the knife. It's good, but I time it wrong. This bad is not bad. That's good. Now this not bad. Nothing there. Oh, he's in that like front room where you originally bullied him. There we go.
Yeah.
He's running to the pool. He closed the door on the pool. There was a man there. He's in the pool area again. I have eyes on him. Soup. He's not getting the soup. He's trying to cook up soup, Kai. This is why we must stop him. He's trying to cook soup. This is illegal. Oh my god, is this Knights of Sidonia? No, it's... It is. Okay, did it just skip over Red Hot Chili Peppers? I have lost track of him. But that is the last place I had witnessed. The soup is still in the middle of the floor, so he has not gone back to get the soup.
Okay. He might have gone for another soup.
Yeah, he probably still needs the pool soup. Truth be told. I think he's only gotten one soup. We're only one soup down. We must stop this contamination of soup.
Oh.
Feel like he's hiding in a locker.
Alright.
Ooh. Is that you? That's you.
It's me. I need to go back, so.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see. It'll give me a ping of where he is. I had no clue where he is.
Yeah, keep an eye on that soup. He'll probably go back for it.
Meow, 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 meow. He was lost in that pool area, so I think he's hiding.
Yeah, that soup is still there.
Soup. Everybody point at soup. Soup.
Ooh.
Meow, 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 meow. Bah. Oh, wait, I was changing my songs. Cult of Dionysus. Yes. Okay, let's see. Oh, he's opening a door. Oh, he's so far away. He's still in the pool area. That's it. Religion. My character is heavy breathing. I think he's been hiding in that.
He's right here. He's right here in the lockers.
He saw me.
Yeah, he's crouched. He's running.
No,
That area.
Very scared. I shouldn't be the scared one. I have a knife in my hand.
Yeah.
Sir, where did you go, sir? That's not you. That's a dead body. Well, that was rude. Soup report? Good.
If I had these in the war.
Well, he's not in here. Devious. About the cameras. Where, oh, where? Oh, soup! He's at the soup!
He's at the big soup. He's going to cafeteria area. He went through that door.
Is he coming out the other side? Or is he going for the other soup? How dare he get soup?
He took the other soup.
Okay, so he's coming back for soup?
Maybe.
I can't just like wait him out.
Or maybe that one that he put in was that soup.
I think it was that soup.
He stole that soup.
Oh my god, I found him.
We're in the area without the camera, so it helped too much.
Ow! Okay, that was just rude. He has all those bottles and he pulled out the fucking rig. Come here, you bastard. Come here, I want you. I just want to talk to you. Oh, you fucker. Where's the door?
He went through that door.
Yeah, I have to go back. I'm just out of stamina, so I am walking. Okay. Well, we'll get him. This one man is fucking us up. It's so hard to find him. What is this song?
Yeah, he just hiding. all
Yeah. Oh, it's- just heard what song was playing. It's the fucking. It's Closer. I just think of the Rebecca dancing.
Back at the pool, I think.
He really likes hiding by the pool. If he's hiding by the pool, there is a green closet that's over there, and I think that's the one he likes to hide in. I should stand up straight. Just look through my wish list on Steam. I have quite a few games that are just there to give people. That's crazy, but I know you've been doing that. Meow, meow, meow,
Why are you
meow,
screaming
meow,
at me?
meow,
I'm your
meow,
buddy.
meow, meow. Dude, they yell at us so much. What was that? Nothing. Just hallucinating.
Somewhere above me.
He's at the soup.
I'm trying to get over there. No.
Wait, did he finish the soup? He's somewhere over here. Oh. Wait, is it?
He's leaving, I think.
Yeah, okay, so you gotta get
How do I
to
get out of here?
up the stairs. Hey, he did good for having two of us. It's...
We killed him twice, though, so.
Yeah. Imposters unleashed. Oh, Futterman! Futterman, we're trying to kill him.
Oh, he literally ran right by me. Or is that you?
No, that's him. He's about to back up into it. Yeah. Let us in, little guy. Let us in. Yippee!
2 deaths.
Yeah, because he deserves it at dealing with two of us.
Yeah. He hid so fucking much.
Dude, it's so hard when they, I'm gonna, exit us to the sleep room. It's so hard when they hide. Because the maps are so big, it's like, well, where the fuck are you? Because then you only get
And
that.
then he literally avoided making any noise, so we can never find him. After
Yeah. What was it last week when I played this? That was my problem when I played the Invader, because the dude was just quiet the whole time, so it gave me no signals. and it was a huge fucking map, and I was like, where are you?
Where are you?
Where are you? Meow, meow. Don't tell me I did bad. Oh, we still did an A because the other ones.
I just need you to search a little deeper to
I-
find the masterpiece.
I was seeing on TikTok.
Minus.
Brain of yours.
Oh, rip. People talking about getting ooh, imposter upgrades. Enhance your imposter role with new upgrades. My imposter role can upgrade?
Yeah.
Well, that's new. That's not the pharmacist.
At the pharmacist.
Well, I have everything.
Oh, I have nothing.
Tell me what you need.
Oh my god, I don't have everything. It's the invasion one. Well, oh my god, carry a fake item. Oh, this is what. Ooh. Faster preparation to stab. How many things do I have? Okay. Increase running speed. I need that.
If your heart explodes, be sure to tell a doctor.
I'm gonna do that one.
Cause slight incontinence.
I do have the rest of the prescriptions, just not the invasion ones. Preparation to stab,
I
charge
do
time
not have all
reduced.
the-
You can handle it.
I still need a tier 3 prescription, so I should save
You
these
may
for those.
experience manic
You
thoughts.
probably should. I mean, this is a
That's
this event is staying, so it's always gonna be here.
Yeah.
Complete stab faster with less struggle. Break through block doors with less hits. Damn, I have to get slide differently. Outcast Trials. Yeah, it's Outlast Trials, but they have the Halloween event going right now, Liger, but they also have a new game mode called Invasion. So we can go in and kill, because it has to do with the story. The French nurse. I'm just realizing what she's reading. Don't look at me like that, man. We do stalk. Imitate is only good when you're in a like huge group party.
Yeah.
Brutalize, complete the stab faster with less
We got
struggle.
literally a single person. That would not work at all.
Yeah.
May affect your
I mean, the one guy who, when I got lost on one of the maps of what to do, he was doing that, and it was so funny. I was like, no. He's like, yes. I'm like, no. I'm gonna go to my favorite little corner. I highly recommend. It is a lot of fun. Like, if you like horror. If you like horror, this is a great game. And they're always updating. They have been doing really good with this game. I love it very much. That's not what I want. Oopsie. Wrong one. Ooh.
Oh, maybe I finished the task. Right. Weekly tasks. Some invasion
Perfect
tasks. Complete
conditions.
one match. Here we go.
How many more? Okay.
Survive the match without
I
taking
almost had
any
this.
damage from the invader. Yep. I remember that. You just bullied them and then that was good.
I know, that was so sad. I feel bad for bullying that one. Let me get this.
You create trials.
Oh, a seagull! Yeah, you can. That one's an interesting one. Oh, I don't have enough raviolis. Okay, I'm gonna hide in this corner. I will be right back. Making monkey bread? What type of monkey bread? I already took off my headphones. I won't lie. I won't lie. I took them off. You have Nessie. You can talk to Nessie. Nessie's here. What song am I leaving you guys on?
Just tell me what you want me to say.
Remember
Oh, child.
Tell me what you want me to say.
I can't leave you on Burning Up. We're leaving you on that. I need to hear my voice. I'll be right back. There, Kevin.
I have a mother. I think somebody hit me.
You just left me with Nessie.
Somebody hit me in the head.
I don't think that's a good idea.
They have a name. I know. I have a name.
As Nessie commands.
I don't even know if that it is. I'll just stay here.
Burn it down, chats. Burn everything down. Hail Nessie, as Nessie commands. We all follow underneath Nessie. We do as Nessie says. We follow Nessie.
I can't go back in there. You won't. I think somebody hit me in the head.
The Markov Corporation encourages you to maintain a positive mental attitude.
Nessie commands chaos. Nessie embodies chaos. May Nessie reign forever. And may Nessie burn everything.
They were supposed to help. They said. Oh, wake up. Oh, wake up. I don't know where I am. I have a mother. They were supposed to help. They said.
You are in control.
Please. Just tell me what you want me to say. Just tell me. What you want me to say. I have a name. I know I have a name.
Nessie does not command, Nessie demands!
In there.
Burn it all. Burn everything. For it's what Nessie wants.
I'll just stay here. I have a mother.
The Markov Corporation encourages you to maintain a positive mental
They
attitude.
said. Get off my chest. Just. I can't. I think somebody hit me in the head. I think somebody hit me in the head. I'll just stay here.
Who you are in the trial is who you are inside.
Sally. I don't even know what that is. My name is. My name. My name is. My name. I'm. Oh, wake up. Oh, wake up. I don't know where I am. I'll go back to prison.
It's a fucking Jonas Brothers. Oh no!
This is the catalyst for growth.
Hello.
I'll just take
Get her!
Got it. Ah. Oh my god. Oh my god, my game almost just crashed. Oh my god. I come back and the game almost just crashes. Okay.
Not worried, nothing happened.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened. I'm gonna make Juju subs.
Nothing
What? I'm biased to this flavor now. I like BBL.
I might have to leave you here.
That's fine.
No one but you can say what you deserve.
I'll still be in chat, but
You
I need
look
to make some food.
You look so frantic as you're walking around like, I gotta go make food. That's important. I'll still be here for a long time. Food, important. You're more than welcome to join back if you want later. It don't matter.
I'm gonna be at work, so.
Ew, gross. Well, thank you for playing.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Good
for
luck.
having me.
Of course. Goodbye.
Bye, everybody. Wait, get out of here.
I could just kick you. I actually don't know if I can. Hello. Patience for anyone in the trial. What did I freaking? Well, I wish I could see that again. Hello. Female Tinker Tom over there. Oh my god, wait, I want to be a clown. I hate looking like this. Also, I love how it's just scatter. Get the fuck out of here, scatter. I must. Wait, what was the hat we got? Oh. Well, that's 6L. Okay, my clown. I must remain my clown. This is quite nice though too. Man, I don't think it does it anymore. No, I can't see my little booty anymore. They nerfed the booty. Anyways, back to my normal state of mind, being a clown. Look at that. That's me right there. You just left. You left me with just Nessie. Don't know if you thought that through. You left me with just Nessie? Yes! And I hope you were well with just Nessie. Also, I like this cup. This is one of my other 2G subs cup, the free one that I got from TwitchCon. And I know why it's purple. TwitchCon. But I kind of hate that it's purple. Because I can't see the color of the drink. Hehehehe. Were you hitting on Nessie? Is that what you're saying? Are you trying to take Phil Jr.'s slot of hitting on Nessie? I was like, what flavor do they make? Bro, I've not had tea in so long. I miss using my Alice cup. Just start filling that with coffee. That's way too much coffee. Meow, 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 meow. I think I'm really bad at invasion, you guys. I'd rather be invaded. That sounds really bad. I'd rather be invaded than invade somebody because I think I'm really bad at it. I won't lie. I think I'm really bad at invading. I'm just a silly little guy and like running and pelting things at everybody. I'm just a silly little clown. Also, Kev, you should be happy that you left. I was going to put us on intensive and you would have suffered, which I'm probably going to suffer because I'm going to go on intensive and go into an MK challenge, which I think the MKs are the only ones that the invaders can go on. Or we can liquidate the Union. Liquidate the Union scared the shit out of me, bro. I have a slight bit of recording because now it's overwritten, but it's a recording from when I played Outlast Trials and I was watching One Piece with B, except I forgot it picks up all my sound, so it picks up my Discord. I don't think I was the one streaming One Piece at this time. So I was watching it on Discord. So in the audio track for that recording, there's a One Piece. And it's the funniest thing. I want to redeem myself with this stupid fucking investigate the Minotaur. Like, it took me an hour because I fucking got lost. And I was on standard. Where'd my slipper go? I just hit it. So we're gonna go back on this. No player names, doesn't matter, it's only me. More imposters in trial. Okay, enemies on high alert. Yeah, me too, I'm on high alert too. Extract organ samples. Find deceased reagents. Extract organ samples for analysis. How lovely. Let's go. So we're gonna redeem ourselves with this. Maybe we play some Phasmo. I don't know. Meow, 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 meow. We're just having fun with Outlast Trials. We could rebirth. I have enough points. Wasting your emo. Oh god, we gotta go. Excuse me. Pardon me. Clown coming through. Maybe I should be a clown for Halloween. I don't know what to be for Halloween, you guys. I know Gothic mentioned it earlier about who has costumes. I don't know what to be. I'm gonna be here. But I don't know what to be. I probably could throw together a shitty... I mean, that's cheesy as hell, turnip. Hey, look, there's me.
You are the bystander who refuses to let the crimes witness to your
Thanks. Very cute. Very demure.
Matter of provocation. Bring the muck
The freak? What was I gonna say? I could try to throw together one of the Dimitrescu sisters. Daughters. Well, they're the sisters, but daughter of Dimitrescu. I probably could. Ew, I don't want to look at them. I really don't want to see. Okay. He McFault. Hey. Anybody lose their head? Anybody need head? Don't answer that question. Don't answer that question at all. Could even be Lady Double D. It's Lady D. Mr. Man, I knew what I was saying, but I didn't mean it like that. But I'm like, it's already been said. That's how I felt. That's how I felt saying it. Aphrodite from Hades 1. I don't know if everybody knows. Not even Kai. Head? Where? It was falling down the escalators. Hey, could I steal all those bottles? I didn't listen to anything you said. Is no one playing games on a random Wednesday? Probably not. Oh, sorry, I did just get turned around by me just walking. Let's get going. Oh, meow, 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 meow. Organs. Oh yeah, I don't know if everybody knows what Aphrodite from Hades. Honestly, one or two. Hades 1 or 2. What Aphrodite looks like. Somebody. Oh my God, they're so mad. Meow, 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 meow.
Like a summer day!
I don't know why I stopped. I don't know why I picked that up. Oh, hi, Mochi. Oh my God, he's breathing. Mochi, you knocked it all down. She knocked all of the GG subs down. She knocked all. She was a bowling pin and knocked it all down. She knocked it all down. She's looking at it like, what have I done, mother? Oh my God, I need to find a hiding spot. Oh my God, I need to fix the mess that she has created. Let me take that out. Fucking hell. Yo, you, Mochi, you need to move. Mochi, I need you to stop. Mochi, we're fucked. Mochi, I need you to not. Can you hear the music now? You can! Female Silver Surfer? Oh, Jesus Christ, Skinner Man, okay. Oh my God, she knocked everything down. God, you literally bowling pinned it all. She got a spare. She tried to jump it, except she's a little tubsy-ubsy. But you knocked down my figure. Oh my God. She didn't break it, but she disassembled it. My God, Mochi, everything! She hit everything. Ashley Graham. You know, modded? Is this modded? No. Which Ashley Graham? I have my Ashley Graham wig. We did cosplay Ashley Graham at one point. After she used too much of her power. I love that. Oh. Be cool, man. Be cool. Fuck you. Fuck you. He called me a fucking bitch. Oh. Meow, 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 meow. All nude character. Yes. Meow, 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 meow. I can't believe you've done this. She finally laid down. I want winner takes it all again. Is that okay with everybody? I don't think you get an option. It's already happened. Holy shit. Okay. What if we play on psychosurgery, everybody? Psychosurgery, no damage? Now that's a bold one. That's a bold one indeed if I tried to do that. Hey, I said winner takes it all again. and it decided not to play Winner Takes It All again. I actually need to go. I need to go. I need to go. I can't say those words. What are you doing behind me? What is that noise? What is that? Wow. Wow. Exactly like that. What's breathing in my ear? Oh, organs. That's what's breathing in my fucking ear. It's that bitch. It's the
X-Bob, right there.
a Jaeger. X-Bob. It's not Bob. It's not Bob. It's not X-Bob. That's what that wow was. Sorry, I paused a large amount in the middle of that. Oh, those fucking bitches. Okay. I don't need you coming after me. I don't like her. Smurfs 2, Rise of the Silver Smurfer. I like that one a lot. Where was these organs? Okay, we're taking this. Female Dr. Manhattan. What does female Dr. Manhattan look like? I need one more organ. Oh, excuse me. Stay up there. I don't want what you're selling. Wee wee wee. Wee wee wee. Thank you for the wee wee wee, Kai. I love you, Kai. You're my favorite little bear. Oh my god, why is everybody yelling at me? Mochi's now is not the time, my love. Meow, meow, meow. Okay, let me just move that. Meow, meow, meow. If I fuck it up with meows, would you guys... Oh my god. Oh my god, Skinner Man, you were the least of my problems. I'm gonna throw up. I flew up. Oh, fucking move like you never moved. Oh god, he hit me again. Oh god. I flew up. Hey, I flew up. I'm gonna cry. You can't just say that. I can't just threaten. You're my favorite little bear. Game with as a wizard kitty? What game is that? Dude, that Jaeger? Oh. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Sorry, Naked and Blue. Your brand. Which way? Where? But that's butts. That's a butt cheek. I don't need you right now. that was that thing. Is he still chasing me? Okay. Oh. Where's the Jaeger? Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Be not afraid. I am afraid. I don't think they heard that bottle. That's really unfortunate. To realistic. What train? Who's that one? What they look like? Like just like actually. It's one of my favorite games. Ooh.
But history conducted by the hand of the gentry moves that much more.
Oh, shoot. She's gonna fucking see me because she's a little slimy little bitch. Meow, 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 meow. I will judge you all I want. Oh, you're fucking shitting me, bro. Yeah, you're shitting me, bro. Everybody gather. The shitting me right meow is the fact that Luffy's here. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. I need to stop meowing songs. Okay, we got it out of there. There's a bomb. There's a bomb. I still want to play the ratatata. Okay, I'm in the dark though, so this makes me feel a little bit safer. Mochi did cause some chaos where I didn't need it, but that's okay. Oh, Fades! Okay. Intensive is quite, one may say, intense. I will say. Meow every song, we like it. You so right. Play Ratata? My favorite games? Okay, adding it to the list. Hold up, dropping. Dropping the package. Package has been retrieved. Okay, so this is the door that opens. It's on both sides, but we'll drop it here. A brick. I think the meowing is just so funny because when I'm scared, I cannot process lyrics. So like, instead I just meow because it's an easier syllable to make. And then it's funny because I'm singing for my cats. Do other people in the world find it funny? I don't know, but we find it funny here. Ow. I'm sorry, Mochi. That wasn't an ow for me, it was an out for you. I'm insane, you guys. I'm insane. Fucking run! Meow, 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 meow. I don't actually know what side it was on. I'm so glad there's no invasion, though. Okay, we gotta follow the cord. Okay, we're following the cord. Okay, it's in the video store. But we gotta do something more important. Ratatatan, Hey, somebody's behind me. Oh. That was so mean. I got health to just lose it. Come here, you bitch. Open this. Oh yeah, I'm insane. Forgot. Put on my Googles. Close that. And do this. I should stream Ratatata. Yes, you should! Streamy game? Because I gotta focus. No, real as hell. Real as hell with rhythm games.
I hear a rat.
Well, you can't get me.
I cannot stand a heavy tread among the hell.
I'm not opening this door until you leave.
God, hopeless.
I'm not opening the door until they leave. I won't lie. No cap. Will not lie. Don't throw up. Okay, to the next door. Look, this is so much better than yesterday. Is it gonna take me some time still to do? Why, yes. Because I'm on intensive. Oh, dude, but when I was at... Okay, fine, I'll drop it off there. Package dropped off. It's my fucking song! I need to edit a full-length video. You can't hit me. You can hit me. exactly what I need. Oh, not what I need. Purple. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, it's Luffy. It's fucking Luffy. The better resemblance would be Ace, but he screams like Luffy. Meow, 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 meow. How nice. I opened up the door for them. Anyways, to talk about rhythm games is, oh my god, I want that health. I do actually really want that health in my pocket. When I went to TwitchCon, I got to play Love Live, which Love Live, the servers for it shut down, so the app doesn't exist anymore. Are they okay? Let's fucking go! We're running! Hopefully Luffy's not here. Okay, Luffy's not there. But it was so fun. It took... I think that's Luffy. It was so weird playing it on like a full like arcade thing, so it was harder to hit the buttons because I'm used to playing it on a phone where it's all right there. So it was interesting. Sorry, Machi. Dungeon crawler roguelike. Ooh, that's cute. I need to play more dungeon crawlers. This game is calm again. This game is relaxing again. Don't ask how it's relaxing. No, no, you bitch. Gotta get this as far as I can. They're coming out right there. Oh god, who's after me? Oh, it's fucking Luffy. Okay, you fought back. Oh, okay. Take it! Take it, you bitch! Take it! I'm gonna sit in here really quickly. Oh. Somebody's in the room with me. I need to stretch my back. Please, for the love of God, don't have any Jaeger come out. My back really hurts. Okay. Is that the thing right there that I need? Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Fucking run! Fucking run! Okay, pit stop. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, they really did. No. Yeah, you did try. Please leave. Please leave. That's all. Oh my god. Oh my god, I can't see anything. Oh, they made it so much worse. I don't think they did. It's been so long since I've been blind. Oh. Vision is back on. Meow, 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 meow. Did you see anything? They don't wanna be in. Okay, they saw everything. Please stop hitting me. Stop it. Stop it. Why are you stabbing me so much? Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. She's fucking crazy. She's fucking crazy. Somebody come get your dog. He bite. No, he don't. Yes, he do. Oh, no, no, no. In the room. In the room. Okay, we're safe. Open Discord. I checked no message. I closed Discord. Swipe to open the app. I reopen Discord. That's a mood. The cycle. It repeats itself. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, so we don't need to be in this room. But this was a great detour. So sad that there's no bottles. Oh. Hey. Skin. Oh, it's a fake me. Why was that double whammy? Why did y'all double whammy me? That was mean. Okay, bye. Oh, please don't be Luffy. Oh, it's Stinker. Okay. What is it actually in the... Oh! Excuse me. Oh, he fucking stinked me. Okay, we're just gonna run from Skinner Man. We're just running from Skinner Man. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Yeah, no you don't. Skinner Man, I'm not real. Right here. Back away. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, okay, so where's the last one? Oh, the last one is just in the whole store. Forgot. I don't have a bottle to defend myself. Maybe I shouldn't have thrown everything at Luffy. How is everybody in chat doing? How are we feeling today? Is somebody chasing me? Somebody's chasing me. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. You know, we're just gonna take a little break over here. They'll never think to come all the way over here. Right? Oh, there was free organs here. Okay, organs for anybody in the chat? Good to be here with my friends. That's so cute. I'm gonna be with all my friends. You're my friend now. We're gonna have soft tacos later. I love that audio. Oh, Tenacious D. I need a crack. My back fucking hurts, dude. It's also really warm in my room. I want this song. Okay, so we need a lock-in. Oh, I could just turn it up for myself instead of for everybody. Okay, this is not a good place to be standing and fixing. This is even a worse place to be standing. It's fucking Luffy.
Ask you to play Barrelman. How my sister's gonna like you.
Luffy! Luffy! I don't want you, Luffy, please! Luffy, calm down, please. Oh, shit. Luffy, stop burning me, please. I wish I had stamina. I wish I had stamina. I wish I had stamina. Oh, no. What the fuck did they say? Still just a rat in a cage. There we go. I found it. Can I jump over that? I can. Who the fuck? Why is there so many? I know I put it on an intensive, but you know, maybe I didn't mean it. Anyways, so now in a calmer state of mind, I'm scared that the Jaeger is going to come out. What do we got over here? No bricks. I wonder why. I threw them all at Luffy for shits and giggles. That's kind of my own fault. Wait. If I can get all the enemies Oh, please don't be the Jaeger. It'll make a funny noise if it is. Rat in the cage. Oh! One of my last remaining bricks! Oh, it's a fucking... Well... Fuck you. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Dude, it's so fucking warm. I need to, like, close my window and turn on my fan after this match. Do I have to actually take this super slow? Me? Do I have to take this super slow? He immediately runs into people and fucking books it with the box of organs. Maybe still just a rat in the cage. Well, I guess taking it slow was not the question. Or answer, I should say. It wasn't a question nor answer in this quiz. Oh, so they're making their way downtown really fast? At least it's not Bambino. Oh god, let me in, let me in, let me in. I'm in. Oh, I flew up. Oh, not in the car. Just throw up right in the fucking car. Hey, meow, meow, meow. Ooh, hey, does anybody need a hand? Does anybody need a hand in chat? I have one. I got a hand. Free hand. For anybody. Oh, let's see what kind words he's gonna not tell me because I got a B+. Like, I'm sorry. I used to be able to get an A+ in like every single round. Now these bitches fuck me up. A lot. I'm also stupid, so if I say I'm stupid, then I get fought back with "you're not stupid." I am silly.
I said jump, and you jumped. But what I need is somebody who, when I say jump, says how high.
No.
Can you be my how high?
No. No, I can't. Hey, Mochi, can I have my hand? My love, may I have my hand back? Because I would like to cat jam. This cat, I wish, was jamming.
Freedom is waiting.
Okay, you sit right there. I just need to close my window. It's so fucking warm. Okay, I'm trying to counteract things here. I turned on my main fan to blow air at me. Close the window. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. And then I turned on my mini fan that's on top of my PC to then blow the PC air away from me because my PC is extremely warm. But welcome in, welcome in. You're brilliant. Okay, well, in a horror scenario, technically I would last quite some time. I'm smart. But holy shit, sometimes I make the stupidest move where I'm like, well, hi, Cooper, welcome back. Oh, I have... So, well, yes, that's me. At least you're pretty. Hey, I'm pretty and I am smart. I mean, brilliant. Porque lo nos dos. I don't think I'm that pretty. But I can't say that here either because I will get yelled at as well. No, that gets never over. Do I have more emails? Can I go swimming? I caused absolute mayhem in Valorant with my what did you do? Are you winning? We did win. I got a B+. Yes, I got a B+. An intensive by myself. That's pretty good. I miss having X-ray. X-ray helps me a lot, but I'm scared of imposters. I don't know if the imposters can go on intensive. They show up with standard. Took 5 smoke. Oh. Oh, that is so fucking funny, Goober. You said no one can see. No one's allowed to see. That's so fucking funny. How could you be so mad? I would just be like, okay, we're doing this. Fucking let's go. Pastas when I'm making spaghetti. And that is fair. A fair concern while making spaghetti. It's GG subs. You can have it. Yeah. It's caffeine. I don't think that's good for a kitty. Yes, never. Oh, what? Okay, she's gonna sit over there. I can never close the tops of this. I still want to buy the other cup that I found out. My favorite silly little YouTuber streamer made. But I feel bad buying another cup. It went faster. Use antidote? Yeah, I kept on going insane. I won't lie. I just want raviolis. Have I... Mochi, that one's a water. You can have that one. I've been throwing everything I can fucking find at these goddamn enemies. No, I didn't. No, you didn't. What? My cat's gonna be very confused in a second. I've just hit the wall. She never had it all. One. There we go. It wasn't going down. Went the door when she turned 24.
Ravioli. The pasta's so good you wanna fuck it.
Who's me a star? What? That's a bold statement there. Well, Goober, I'm glad you had a fun time in Valorant. That's very good. As you deserve. It's been she sings Madonna, waiting for Nirvana. There is you two and Blondie, and music still on MTV or New Kids in high school. We're going back on standard to see if we can get it in pasta. Lasagna, spaghetti cake. Yeah, that is spaghetti cake. My hair's too fluffy to actually tuck behind my ear. It feels wrong. Seen all the classics. She knows every line. Breakfast Club, Pretty in Pink. I vaguely remember this. No. Oh, yeah. I liked your commentary on that doc of, how do you use it? Good question. No, my friend. This been Santos on the radio. Species Madonna, waiting for Nirvana. There is you two and Blondie. No, my friend lost. What the fuck is Daylight? Sorry, I just thought Jordy was playing a game, but I'm like, what the fuck is 1985? Meow, 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 meow. Is he? That little shit. Sometimes Jordy turns off his Steam notifications so that I don't see when it pops up because I call out everybody. It's so funny. Anyways, we're gonna do this one because I haven't done this one in a while. Hello. Why are you so close to me? Oh my god, it's a respective clown. I might disappear mid. Yeah, I won. Yippee! Okay. A quick little match. Should order some ravioli like yesterday? Yes, you should. Get yourself some raviolis. I actually don't have any raviolis. I have tortellinis, I think, still in my house. Oh my god, this is a song that triggered all of the memories. Okay. Bye, bye, bye. Meow, 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 meow. Goblin core.
Is founded on the suffering of the weak.
No. Walking?
Scapegoats to open the gates.
Okay, walking mix isn't that bad. Make hungry helper? Ooh, what type of hungry helper? Like anything special or just like the normal like homework mix? Monster Hunter Wilds is on sale? Crazy. Alternative empowering. Feel good happy. Let's do that. We're gonna do this one. I had you guys stare at that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I tainted your eyes. I think it's beef and noodles, but I'm using pork instead. Okay, real as hell. Couldn't be me, but also could be me because we all know damn well I still eat pork. Even though I really shouldn't. What am I on? Oh, you mean like a roll? 4, 15, and 15. Honestly, you have good. You have good, Goomber. You have good. I can't look at that. That's boobies.
Witnesses are on loose. Security gates will be closed until all
Yes.
witnesses are eliminated.
I did say boobies, and I did just not show you guys. So sorry. Bang, 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 straight through my heart. Ow, meow, meow, ow, meow, meow, ow, meow, meow, ow, meow, 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 meow. Ow, meow, meow, ow, meow, 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 meow. Sounds pretty accurate. Yeah, the lower roll, kill for your freedom. Kill. Kill. Oh, my ears. The low roll is because it's just later in the day for you. So that's it. Interesting. Should I actually... Okay, no, you know what? No, I'm not. Sorry, I was about to ask you guys, should I actually put on some songs I can actually sing along to? No, Skinnerman said no. Skinnerman shut down the question before I could even ask it. Said boobies in my head. I said your jingle jingle word. That's so fucking funny. Gore! I love you, Gore! How are you? How are you? A target is required? Why, yes, I know. The target is me. Ew, he's trying to stinkified me. Life hacks. Stun him. Oh, jeez. Hold on. I want to go through. Elimination. Nothing. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. That's the stats for real, for real, for real. Stats in hearing jingle jingle. So if you want to summon yellow, yes. Oh, Halo. Halo would summon a lot of people, which is a-okay. Also Mass Effect would probably do it. I'm examining my hair of how it's sitting. Sobbing? There were... No, Kai.
Well then.
You didn't miss. Sorry, I locked in. I thought the Jaeger was going to be on this map. I'm not an intensive, so he shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Kumbra, I'm a whore. I didn't show the boobies. Don't worry. The boobies didn't happen. The boobies were not real. Well, they were, but I didn't show them. I don't think the Twitch man would like me showing the boobies. Meow 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 meow. Which, oh, you know, fuck you chicken strips. Let me show the boobies. I'm on a game that is already marked for strict content anyways, because like holy shit, this game's fucked up. Sorry, I don't answer phone calls. Also, I don't think there's a lot of people playing Invasion today. Hey, I don't want whatever's coming through there. Meow, 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 meow. Maybe I should have taken the little... Yeah, I'm gonna go take my little tracking device. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Take. I hate the Goonies? Oh, you don't like the Goonies. Why don't you like the Goonies? Tell me your thoughts. Okay, so he's on this side. Meow, 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 meow. Where's news? I believe Twitchman would. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think he would too, but he still doesn't let us. I'm just gonna, you know, look in this man's... Anybody want some organs? It's surprise. I don't know what we got. I think a spleen? Honestly, it probably really was not a spleen. Oh, hey. Stay in there, please. Okay, it's going down. Meow, 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 meow. Can I have a spine? Okay, when I find a spine, I'll holla out for you. Or boobies. Skinner man, why would you do such a thing? No, close the door. That scared the shit out of me, bro. That one really got me. I kind of forgot about the hallucinations, and especially when I'm on... Fuck. I'm not gonna get him. What happened? Bam, 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 bam. Fucking book it! You're not allowed in here. Okay. Oh, Skinner man, that's not how doors work. No, 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 no. Out. In. Pop goes the weasel. Okay, so we're safe. Car, I love you. How was trivia last night? You know, and whenever my mom's boyfriend would, ew, that's gross, Doc. I'm so sorry. That's really gross. That, see, turn up, now that's a cute one. But especially the kid being forced to do that, that's just like mentally damaging. Can I have Blaine's? Go. No! I didn't know he was right there, oh well. Hey, is somebody following me? Hey, I think somebody's impersonating me. He ran this way. I saw him. I saw him. Where did he go? Sorry, sir. Pop goes the weasel. Oh, Jesus! Oh my God! Man, fucking bolted at me for a second. With the grounding, if I didn't, yeah. See, I'm like that one. That. Oh my God. I can't play this on standard mode because I get too comfortable with it. And if I get comfortable, oh my God. Shut them in there. Fuck it up, dog. Yeah. The truffle shuffle like word is always in my brain. I think because it's just embedded from that movie because I used to watch that movie a lot. But that's fucked up to do that, especially to a kid. Trivia was good. Turned out was kind of small though. Damn, we're gonna have to put the group together so that we can show up to one of the trivia nights. I won't drink my GG subs. Okay. Somebody's speaking in tongues. Oh no, there's an imposter. Well, it's only me. This how. Meow, meow, meow. Man, I want to do trivia. Car, what time is trivia at? Silence. Because I'm speaking in tongues. No, why are you speaking in tongues? Because here, I go to trivia and then I put you on Discord. Bye bye. Oh, that's gonna hurt me. 7 p.m. Kai could stay up for one time for 7 p.m. It'll be past your bedtime, but yeah. At a disclosed location, I'll send you. Yeah, it would just be me show up. Well, also the gang, but... Excuse me, bye-bye. Yippee! Ah! No. And then I put everybody on the Discord call. Just love you from the start. Okay, Mr. Blind Man should be here. Astronaut Doctor? Yes. I mean, yeah, it would not be on the messages here. Also, Kai's not from here. Kai don't go here. Except no, bueno, nah, I just need to know what time because I'm like, hey, we could just put Kai. Here you go, Kai. You can stare at these boobies. I thought the door was right there. Hey, so the doors are right there, actually. It walks right through. This girl call is technically cheating. I'll be honest, what if I put Discord call up, but then have, like, the image of Kai and just place them there? They're putting their vote in. My bear is putting their vote in. He wants to vote. Who's growling like that? Oh, you! Hey, so I don't like you. Yeah, come on, stand up. Okay, come on. Skinner man, not now. I'm bullying somebody. Okay, come on. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. I was bullying them, I think. He says that, I'm like... Oh! Yeah, can a bear really be a cheater? Don't make me throw these ones at you. I'll do it. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. What if I do a cover Baby No Money song, but I just meow? Meow, 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 meow. 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 Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Run, bucket! Fucking bucket! Excuse me, pardon me. Okay. Okay, get my little butt through that. So I think he's around this corner. Oh, not you. I told you I would throw bricks at you. I only have bottles though right now. Okay. Come here. Okay, not you. Meow, 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 meow. Can I find this guy? Is it the healthiest? No, I've been stress eating chocolate. Like I do. Then through a bottle. I do the way I do. Nobody. The way I do. Nobody, nobody, nobody. There he is. It's Luffy! Hi, Luffy. I just got you the way I do. Been through. Which way? Where are they? Do the way I do. Nobody, nobody, nobody. Oh, I really didn't like that. I think colors of chocolate. Oh, cheap chocolate. Hey, sometimes that shit hits. I do. I think they got a tummy ache, bro. I think they got a tummy ache. I think that's why Luffy's screaming. I do. Borgor! You made Borgor! I'm glad Borgor turned out good. Oh no, I hit him in the butt! I hit him in the butt! Oh, okay, we just gotta fucking make a break for it. Okay, we made a break for it. Okay, I need to catch up with chat. Oh my god. It's just a cheap chocolate. Dude, I really want chocolate. I might go buy some chocolate. I technically need to go pick up my prescription. I wish I knew the lyrics to this song. Pop. No. Okay, he didn't. So I don't know what that noise was. Oh, I locked that. Oopsie. Oh, is he in there? Or is he on the other side? One of the two. Send me chocolate! Yeah, send me chocolate! Oh. Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you. Are the words here? Follow my lead. Meow, meow. Okay, you're so right. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, wish you the words. That's what this song is. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. That's what it is. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Right there. There's the door. I love hitting the imposters. Oh, I think he's in here. Meow. Everybody together now. Meow, 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 meow.
All witnesses in section 3 eliminated. Section 3, security gates opening.
Hey, where'd my friend go? Meow, 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 meow. Escape the courthouse! Fuck you, Coil! I did not need that. Where am I? Oh. I wish to throw this at Coil. Meow. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Come on. Come. You. Yeah, come on over here. Come into the light. Come on, for everybody to see. There you go. Hey, wake up. I put him to sleep and said, wake the fuck up, soldier. Meow, meow, meow. Needs to shove. Meow, meow, meow. Which one is this? Meow, 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 meow. It's not the auto version. Kika, Mino, Tetsu. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh. What is that? What is that? Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Hitting the meows. Take me to the beach. This feels wrong listening to this song. Because it's not the auto version. It's way too cold. My heart is cold enough. Push comes to shove. Oh, I'll let him talk.
You're special. Nobody else is operating
The
on your
bitch.
level.
Out there
And I have
too
special
long.
things planned for you.
Meow, meow, meow,
Keep
meow. Meow, 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 meow. Where's Otto? That's what I'm saying. Don't worry, I'm getting Otto. Don't you worry. No, 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 no. T-A-K-E, take me to the beach. Yeah, take this stuff. Okay, shut up, Imagine Dragons. Give me Otto. Anyways, I like her fit. Hello, Miss Ma'am.
In the medicine cabinet.
Oh, why, yes, thank you. Planet. I think this one.
You have to take care of your heart. It's my second.
I'm drinking so much caffeine, ma'am. I don't think I'm taking care of my heart at all. Go. I'm a silly little clown. I think I like this fit a little bit too much. Cosplaying this for Halloween? What should I cosplay for Halloween, you guys? I have today and tomorrow to figure it out. Because there ain't no way. I mean, I can figure out small things day of. I also don't know what we're playing. I'm going to go through my archives of Halloween games. Dude, I really want that goddamn costume, but it's $100. Oh, yeah, let me look at that one. Kiku, Mini, Tetsu. Yada. Oh my god, that's so cool though. That would be actually a really fucking cool ass costume. You still get the ha in it, but also she's a bad bitch. Take me to. Don't you? Don't you? Are you? Kai, I feel like this is such a Uno reverse card of like, do you need the money? Whoa. Whoa there. Whoa there, sailor. Calm down there. Also, the Xenomorph's $100. I just cannot bring myself to justify $100 for that Xenomorph. Down, 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 down. The blood drain actually is a really cool one. Silly little guy. She is not fighting zombie. No. Damn, yeah, I never knew. Karin being which Toph should I be? Which version of Toph should I be? I don't have no friends, no, anyone. Meow, 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 meow. I need more bottles. More bottles and more bricks. Vampire. Sorry, I was looking at... I don't think that makes it any better because I'm like, what do you mean now you're summoning a zombie in Skyrim? But fire outfit? Ooh. Katara fire outfit. God, I love Katara. Half Alive can play right now. Let's see. These headphones are hurting. I was editing too intensely yesterday. Is it quiet? These ones are just so much quieter. I need to fix my hair. Oh my, I can... That's crazy. I think because my hair is blocking. I can like actually hear myself. In a quieter tone because I'm not in my ear. Let's part the hair. The other headphones are so much better. Oh my god, the princess outfit. What is that all at? Yeah, okay. I want you to know, like, these headphones are literally turned up to 60. Are these all the way up? Yes, they are. These ones are just so quiet. It's my only problem with these HyperXs. My other ones, I mean, I could put on my old ones. They just don't have the cat ears on them. Let's look up top. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, her princess fit is so cute. She's so small. I'll just be the metal bender Toph where I'm covered in metal. Bless you. Thank you. Or I'll cover myself in rocks. I do like the Fire Nation Toph. Very iconic.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate? Okay, I will. Oh, I was looking for One Piece bags. Oh yeah, I need to message Jordy about headphones. Dude, these headphones are just so much better. The in-ear just, I can hear so much better. My ears are just a little hurty though. I've had them in for too long. The love-hate. I'll put this back in later. Probably when I edit. And then I'm blasting that song again in my head. Wow. Link calls from my office saying, "Where are you?" Never replied, and when we said, "When are you coming?" That's crazy. Like in any case of like, if you're asking somebody or you know you're going to be like, having a meeting or something, you would think to like, tell them. You would think. That's crazy. That's so annoying, Turnip. I'm so sorry. I just hurt my foot. How? I don't know. I simply moved. Off for weeks? That's crazy. I mean, that happened to my friend. She just moved into a new apartment. And so she was telling me about it at work. She had the internet installed. Perfectly fine. But they said they were going to be there between 10 or 11. They showed up at like... They showed up after the allotted time slot. And it's like... She needed to go to work. Luckily, somebody was there to stay. But like... She needed to go to work. Was I on standard? Oh my god, that's crazy. We're gonna do all these on standard. Let's do that. We're gonna get that one better. I struggle with this one. This one's hard. What were we all talking about? Halloween costumes. Mochi, are you okay? This song's so calm for what's on my screen. Meow, 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 meow. I can do an epic fucking cover of the song while meowing. You put me in the car and I think I can't hear anything else or even myself that I will belt sing. But here, yeah, I can hear myself, therefore I sound awful. Wow. I did the... Cancel the autopsy. I haven't done this. This is the one I got lost on when I was the invader. I almost pressed pause. Soda pop? No. I love this song. It started being my jingle jingle because of Kai. Roll back, roll back. Back the rate at which time starts to fly. There we go. We'll turn that up a little bit. Because this song's quieter. And we'll do this. They retry. 3 boosters. I haven't found the boosters. Oh my god. Dive in that kind fast. Do I bring back my X-ray? I'd like the stun rig. Actually, I'm gonna bring X-ray. I'm looking for keys. Red lights, red light, anglerfish right down fair. Grass is bare, but it's clear back there. Okay. I'm so sorry. Nope, not heal. I love my X-ray rig. X-ray is literally my favorite thing. I forgot about Jammer. Electronic devices unlocks padlock containers and doors. That's cool, but it just isn't as good. Barricade is good in, like, in theory. And this is handy, but not as handy as stun. There's a lot happening on my screen. Hot to go. Okay. I can't even hear the music because this game is so goddamn fucking loud. I think like that. Oh my god, I just realized like Kev said he's going to work and it's so funny now that he works in my department. I know exactly where he's going to work because he only has one location. Get installer up for weeks. That's so crazy reading back on that. Meow, 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 meow. I didn't mean to start meowing the song, I'll be honest. Doing it with me. Doing it with me. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. Oh. I think I might actually need to turn out this game. Moon. T-O-G-O. You can take me hard to go. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. Yeah. I need a sneeze. I need a sneeze. I don't know what's making me need a sneeze. I genuinely think I need to turn down this game. Meow, meow. Just a little bit. Audio. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. I turned it down like 2 settings. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. H-O-T-O. Oh, excuse me. O-G-O. Okay, so which ways are there? Let me open this. Your number. Home. Will be taken out with us? That number. This rig recharges so fast. Ooh, exactly what I wanted. Oh, I have one. Oh my god, I'm stressed. Here we go. Come here. You're coming with me, buddy. Oh, there's paper over there. Is that a person? Oh my god, that's scary. Oh, it's right there. I don't like that I just saw. The imposters are so funny. Like, these are just the normal imposters. So nothing too special, but like... Wait, I heard that. I need... Skinner Man? Oh, it's... know that X-Bob's name, but they're so funny. Any organs? Oh, rig recharger. There we go. No, they so bad. Fun. Okay, we are gonna go. I set myself on fire. Bye. We are running as fast as we can, Florence. Hello. Ooh, organs. We gotta harvest these. I'll see if I get a spine. The spine already has takers. We did not get a spine. Oh my god, somebody's coming. Bam, bam, bam. I need to throw bottles and bricks at people more. Loser. That was quite mean. A bamboozler. That's a door. Not the type of door I want. Is he smacking him in the face? Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Ooh. Hi, Skinner Man. Ooh. Lucky Monte-Eyes. I got stuck. I got stuck. Okay, we're restocked. I think I'm just bullying the enemies right now. Okay. Where was the bricks? This is how I get karma'd back, though. Exactly what I need. Role-playing my Skyrim character as a crazy person. Every person she kills, she removes their clothes and leaves them in their underwear. So you're pretending to be like a serial killer. Well, okay, maybe not serial. Well, okay, maybe because you're killing people. But like, yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you... Oh, I missed every throw. Oh, whoa there, buddy. Didn't have to be so mean about that. That was on. Oopsie. Hello? Oh, okay. Baby, no baby! Meow, 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 meow. Oh, Chicolo. Oh, man. Bricks. Okay, right there. We aim. Fire. Aim. Fire. Aim. Fire. Whoa! Oh, you're too close. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll stop hitting everything. Oh no, the game sent a Jaeger at me, I think. Oh no, oh You're not what I need. Oh no! You don't want me. Dancing for this body, yeah, yeah. Oh, she's checking low. The game said you're taking too slow. Oh, hey, bud. Thank you, thank you. Oh no! Oh no! I think I need one more. I need 2 more. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Okay. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Starlight, 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 I want you. Starlight, about the day. I want you, baby, you. Starlight, 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 I want you. Starlight, every day. Meow, meow, meow. This is horrifying. Having the Jaeger chase you. Oh my god, run. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. Just run this way, just run this way, just run this way, just run this way. Yeah, meow, 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 meow. I'm a meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. I'm a meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. I'm a meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. I'm a meow. Meow, meow, meow. Okay. Hell yeah, get that stream streak. Okay, we collected all the organs. Excuse me, Coil. That's meow 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 meow. Yippee! Let's go! Okay, having the Jaeger come out is awful. So I can't lollygag in these games anymore. That's perfectly fine. Oh no, this took 11 minutes. I'll be able to say too long I've played. Ooh, that's good though. Miniature golfing. Mini golfing is always fun. I'm literally just kind of here. I won't lie. I'm here to spend time with people, play some games, be bad at the games, and that whole thing. The usual. I could be working streaming and getting some editing done, but why would we do that? Yeah, that's good. I love the stream streaks. I don't know what the I feel like it's the crown holders for the stream streaks. I don't know what they're at anymore. They have so many. It's so funny. It's so impressive. Meow, 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 meow. Thank you for your kind words, sir. I won't badmouth you. Like I always do. The head out? No worries. Please take care. Have a good time out and about. Do I have 2? No, I only have 1. I only have 1 ticket. Sorry, ma'am. Where is my room? Why is my door open? Stop looking at my room when I'm not here, people. Okay, you guys are in the 200s. That's crazy. It's crazy to me because one, that's 200 streams for me. Like, that's me watching my streams. But also, man, I never have done that for anybody else either. I'm so bad with missing streams, so like, that's crazy. Meow, 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 meow. Oh. We got checkered pants, everybody. What are these fire ones? They're common. In the fire event. Program deep burn. Oh, there was still pants left? Meow, 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 meow. Oh, that's the police one. I finally have the full fit. We're staying cloud though, unfortunately. Not unfortunately, it's just that's... Oh my god. Oh yeah, because I got stuff. What do I have? Oh, that's really funny. I'm gonna put it on the other side. Because I do like that. Oh, I have the 2 versions! That's so funny. Oh, there's the hand. I can't change it though, because that's my beverage for everybody, and then we have candy on the side. You know, I gotta have the snacks. What the fuck is that? I gotta cater for everybody who stops around my place. Oh, we could put out chocolate. I do have that. Oh, we have drugs. We can have a bone. Could give the bone for people to chew on. Meow, 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 meow. Is that the only one? I do love this. For the Amelia. Escape with Amelia's help. That shit was so fucking cool. That was such a cool event. I can't believe that's like, it's just gone. I do like... that makes it more basic. Ow. That's the current floor I have. That one's not bad though. That makes it more cabin. The checkered I got. No, that's that. What does it get? Oh, just a normal crazy writing on the wall. It's that iconic song. Let's see what we got. Drugs? Yes. Just little bags I can put out on my table. I have candy and the good soup on my table. What soup you may be talking about? Well, just give me 1 second. I will show you the good soup. Okay, then we don't have enough of that. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. No, while I'm meowing the socks, Coco. Hi, Coco. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me buy these. I mean, meow, meow, meow. I mean, meow, meow, meow. I will run. I will run. Fuck. Let's put that. Let's give Coco. Oh. You know, that works. Oh, please. I forgot this game doesn't like me. You do that. And then I do.
Hello,
oh,
Raiders.
The shadow was already given.
My
Fuck.
name is Sarah. I'm a variety streamer. We do mixed bag Mondays, family friendly Wednesdays, and horror Thursdays.
Let's see. Meow, meow,
Lord,
meow,
please
meow,
join
meow.
us on this
Was I on
wild
this?
ride we call life. Whoop whoop.
That's what we're doing. We're doing good. We've gone back to standard to just mosey around and complete all these on standard, but we live in. I've learned, Coco, I can't lollygag in these anymore because I spent too much time just collecting each key before putting them in. And the big Jaeger boss came out because I wasn't doing my job. And that's quite scary, having somebody just slowly walk behind you, stalk you. Awful. Other than that, it's going great. Welcome in, everybody. If you guys, anybody from here do not follow Coco, please go follow Coco. We love Coco here. Coco is great. 10 out of 10, the GOAT. Because we play Halo and Devil May Cry together. I need to get Sonic so we can play that. It's so funny because I swear to God, the moment me and Coco figured out, hey, you like Devil May Cry? It was the handshake, and that's all that our feeds became, is sending stuff, memes, and everything on Twitter. Our staff team was the stuns. Yeah, it's so different. My God, roommate, calm down. I guess my own headphones are too loud. It's so different. Like, there's small things in the game now that make you actually work for it more. Fucking Yakuza, yeah! Dude, the Yakuza bag that I bought from the pop-up shop is so nice. It has all, like, my medicine and everything for my bag. It's so cute. It's so cute. And nobody knows what it is. Unless they actually know. We're gonna go feed the children. If you need to take care of yourself, though, Coco, and anybody from the raid, please take care of yourself. We'll be here outlasting the trials. Hopefully. I'm on standard, so it's not hard, but oh my god. The hallucinations are getting me. I get too comfortable with it, and I'm like cozy, and then Skinner Man pops out. Genuinely gasped, screamed during the courtroom one. That shit scared me. We should maybe try this. I have enough. I just like the Geister Project. I like the hallucinations all the time. It's so good. My ass ready for work? Relax. Hopefully it's a good day at work today. Yes, go get ready though. Jaeger cannot be hindered. Running is your only option? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I threw a brick at her one time. It didn't do anything. I don't know if it's the Jaeger, but one of the big ladies, the lady who you buy your amps, the amps lady, she knows her. And they have interesting lore together. But I don't remember which one it is. I think it's the Jaeger. Okay, honey pie. Devil in disguise. Ordinary. I want to see the Blue Man group. I think the Blue Man group would be so fun to see. Okay. Oh, well there, ma'am. Not on my feet. I won't lie. I will not lie. Like, I knew I was gonna like it and I was excited for it, but BBL is so freaking good, dude. Meow, meow. What's that? What's that? What is that? Is that the chair reflecting on it? Oh, it's just the chair. Dude, oh my god, I still can't get over the Amelia escape one. I can't believe I only experienced that once. I feel like that's very appropriate. Hallucinations, more imposters? Imposters? Oh, give me that. Guys. Could have been nicer about that. I didn't change my rig. I don't think anybody's really on to it be imposter. Organs? No organs. Oh no, I think I have a lot of energy again, but not like a lot of energy, the enough energy that I don't feel like standing and moving, but it's too much where when I'm sitting, my leg is shaking. Like I'm just like shaking my leg because I have so much energy. Everything is hidden. Meow, meow, meow. How many soups do I need? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I need 4 still. That's crazy. That is about right though. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, you know what I think is up? Oh, sorry, ma'am. I thought it was not occupado. Can I catch a break? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I'm gonna have to check it outside because I remember when Kev left, it did some stuff for the invasions and changed it, but I don't know what it changed it to. So we'll see. Oh. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, my boy, it's gone. I got double whammy with that. Organ. Jesus. Organ. Bam, 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 bam. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Soup. Do, do, do. Soup. I don't know why I put that on. I'm very scared. Oh. Wah! There'll be more bodies. There'll be more bodies. You're both mean. Where's my bricks? That's such a... Oh, you're fucking shitting me. Please don't be Luffy. Ow! It's Luffy! Yeah. You can't catch me! You can't catch me! Stay down there. It's fucking Luffy! Okay. Everything's calm. I can't believe it. I need to stop talking. Like, not actually talking, but like, I swear to God, even in the maze, when I went to not Swift B, there's some moments where I'm like, there's gonna be somebody there, or like, that's gonna do that. And I'm saying it as a joke that it won't happen, and then it fucking happens. I'm like, Hello? Okay. I can't. I need a... Who hears me? Hello? Yeah. Yeah. It's Luffy. It's fucking Luffy. Meow, meow, meow. Are they just gonna jump right back through? I hope they don't. Bye, Luffy. You know, we're just gonna take a little pizza. Damn, there's no breaks in here this time. We're gonna sit at our desk. Is that an impasta? Oh, wait, I have a... Oh my God, it's an impasta. How rude. How rude. Smack them in the fucking head and they still decide to hit me? Stink. Oh, that took so long to go off. Beep. Oh, hi, Skinner Man. Da, da, da. Oh, soup. Oh, yeah, go that way. Shoo, shoo. Actually, we will take that. Oh, actually, we will take that. Soup. And then we have to do the poolside soup. I mean, we have two more, but... It's my fucking song! The song's gonna go so fucking hard. Run! Don't be Luffy! I wonder who it was. Skinner Man, don't do that to me. I should just turn up my own headphones. Yeah, that's better. The game's so quiet now. I'm just gonna turn up. My cat's doing rollies. Yeah, you. He's rolling around. I hope no imposters get me, please. No! Oh, you bitch! I'm seeing it in X-ray vision. Leave me alone! You already got me once. Dude, I need to shut the fuck up. I sure hope no imposter gets me. The imposter fucking gets me. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, at least she opened the door for me. Yeah, me too, girl. Me too. Excuse me. I want in. Hey, I gotta find organs. Anybody want to donate their organs to me? They're going to a great cause of the research. What research? I don't know. Hey. Just talking to the mannequins. Meow, 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 meow. Any organs here? Oh! There's bottles in there. I really want those bottles. I really want the bottles. I'm going... There's organs. It's an organ. Mochi, what do you want? I know I locked... Oh! Gremlins, I see! I am... Ooh, what's that? Skinner man, I don't need you right now. I already have a cat trying to distract me. Oh, it told me where I was from so far away. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah. Do I need another organ? Organ. Skinner man. I'm gonna need you not to do that ever again. There's the paperwork. Okay, let's hold a bottle out. There's a woman running after me. Also might be a man. I gotta go piss, bro. No, leave me alone. I don't know you. Why did I stop to look at that? There was no reason for me to stop and look at that. Ooh, papers. Any organs? I need to stop asking. Any organs? Any organs? What a nice song. My face dropped for a second because I'm scared that that might be the Jaeger. I promise I'm doing my job. Just... Organs! I was just trying to find organs, I'm sorry! Man, I haven't... Skinner man, I see you. I have not found a spine for Kai at all. Hello? No one? Okay. Oh, it was Stinky Man. Fuck you.
That's a shitty way to treat a friend.
You're not my friend. Can I find some more bricks? I'm trying to decide what I don't want. Why would you, Skinner man? Yeah, get out of here. I don't want you here. Can you find me a liver? Probably. Yeah, I'm gonna say the probably because I don't know what a liver looks like when it's in the case of this. That's so funny. You used to have to sit in there and then wait for Mother Gooseberry to enter and then she would leave and then you can run. I guess we would just wait in there. Yeah, Yeah, you're the judge. Shape of you? No, thank you. Safe and sound. Crazy. The bomb.
Please exit the trial.
Waiting to exit the trial.
Has arrived.
Hey, where's... Bob. I'm the bomb. That's what lyrics sound like to me sometimes. Here we go. Oh, you're not Mother Gooseberry. But you can... You don't... I hear them. One more for to go. Okay. Oh, I love pelting them in the face. It's so funny. Poor little guys. I'm just being mean to them. Completed! Easterman, expected candidate. Notify Easterman, expected candidate. Nice to me. I'm the expected candidate. I'm about to blow up. I'm the expected candidate. I'm tempted if I want to open Phasmo. I don't know. I'm enjoying this game. I always love this game. I always enjoy this game. I'm sitting up straight. Did Easterman just whisper to me, I love you? I don't need him whispering things in my ears like that. What do you want to say?
You're the engine of the future.
Me?
I fill you with pain and humiliation, and you burn with obedience and prosperity. Every day is tomorrow.
I don't like your wording, sir.
So, what do you want to try today?
Nothing, actually, ma'am. I don't have enough tickets. Yippee. Okay. I did get a lot of documents from that one. Let me, I need 7 more bottles. 7? God damn it. 7? Second Resident Evil has cursed me forever. I have not found booster items at all. I need to go in the big trials. Okay, so my invasions are on. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm gonna have you guys stare at my little guy. I am gonna go run and let my cat out. Run to the restroom. Maybe grab bread? I don't know. Dude, I saw someone make a grilled cheese on TikTok and it was toasted bread. Perfectly fine. Block of cheese. 2 slices of black cheese, the whole thing. Done. That's it. Bit right through it. Let's see. I love this song. You can be stuck with this. Stop eating the plastic. Cat's a menace. Here's Nessie. Please behave. Please keep Nessie company. Don't leave Nessie alone. I'm watching y'all. Come on, Moochie. Come on. no. I stole candy. Oh, I'm so glad you kept Nessie company. I really like. I thank you. Also, I got hit with jury duty. Went out there, saw there was mail, so I was like, oh, let me go through it, see if I have any mail. What type of mail would I get? I don't know. But you know, gotta do the obligated, like, mail check. I got hit with jury duty. I also got hit with 2 other. Oh. They really want me to vote? Completely fine. I already did. But I got 2. I got 2 letters of a please vote. Please vote. I'm like, okay. Like, calm down. I did it. As long as it got turned in, I did it. Yes, I'm opening my mail right here. So jealous of what? Jury duty? Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, I think this bit just she was talking about. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. I will ask my mom about that later. This is healthcare stuff. And then I got my fun magazine. I got Ulta. I love Ulta's magazine. Do I ever actually buy stuff from it? No, but I like looking. I was like, oh, look at that pretty thing. Okay. Also, I got candy for my brother, so I'm gonna eat it. This is like the proper amount of gummy bears I'm allowed to eat. The small package, because otherwise they destroy my tummy. Never gotten it? Like, ever? Like, you've never gone? Truth be told, I barely get it, turnip. I am 28, and I think I've only gone twice so far. This is my 3rd one. Truth be told, I'm not a good candidate for it. I do not make good decisions. And by that, I panic. I panic under choices. I think we'll do a longer trial. Actually, we'll finish the shorter trials. See if we get anybody. Get it so often. I don't know anyone here who's been called. You're supposed to get it once a year. That's why, Kai. You're supposed to get jury duty once a year, I believe it is. And was chosen both times. That's crazy. The first time I wasn't chosen because I was in college, so I had classes, and I got the nice judge who excuses for that. Second time I was called, but like on a Friday, so all the cases are already taken care of, so then we were all just kind of sent home. I don't have jury duty until December, so I need to put it into the rat and then see what happens. It's during the week, but I'll say I have it at the weekend. Eligible or something? You know, it'd be that way. Honestly, it's not that fun. Not in the sense of like cases, but like if you're not called, you just spend the whole day there. And I like hate just going and sitting there. Did I want to put it on intensive? No, because I get comfy and then I get scared. We should all go to Ulta and go on a shopping spree. What type of shopping spree? Honestly, probably wouldn't buy anything. I wouldn't buy that much. But they have the cute, like, little gift sets. Those gummy bears taste really good. It doesn't count, but I vote anyway? What do you mean by that? Yeah, what do you mean by that, turnip? It doesn't count, but I vote anyway? Like, what do you mean? I want to buy a perfume. That is like one of my goals for this year. But me and B have been trying to figure out what signature scent. Oh, hey, look. Hey, look, here's the scented perfume, like the perfume sandals. I just got blasted with perfume. Oh my god, what fuckers? It's you. Lancome, like, I peeled it open by accident when I picked it up, and that shit was so strong. It's not a bad smell, it just was all that I smelled for a second. I want, doesn't matter to him. Oh, okay. I'm like, what do you mean by that? I see what you mean by that now. I was just like, explain yourself. I'm looking at silly little magazine. We're gonna start this so I can find a trial. These gummy bears were so delicious. Hi, Giraffe, how are you? That sounded like such a fake voice. I'm sorry, just my... Golly. Ow! Oh, I'm on the bottom floor. Bro, that's one of my favorite fits. Besides the clown, that's my other favorite fit. How are you? We're looking at a magazine as I'm going into this. Oh yeah, Billie Eilish. I need to stop calling her Eyelash. Billie has a perfume. It's like the whole like bust of a woman, like torso, half a face. It's very interesting.
You have to make an example. If you punish a few children firmly enough, you teach all the children a lesson. Punish the children, and we will let you out.
I don't think he should ever have kids. I don't think he canonically ever does. Is that what actor I think it is? Yes, it is. But I don't think he ever should. Hey, y'all, we can get matching Wicked headbands. Meow 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 meow. I love shopping. Am I gonna buy anything? No. Oh shit, my brother's birthday's coming up. I think I know what I'm getting him. I just need to plan it out. I need to plan out Christmas presents too. I'm saying this all so loudly as he's across the room. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, I'll put the magazine away. Magazine has been revoked. Reminding me for my sister. You're so real for that. That's why I was thinking about that. I was like, oh yeah, Christmas presents. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta get my brother. I know what I want to get my one brother. And then I was like, oh shit, his birthday's next month. I gotta do that line of order first. Meow, 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 meow. Do you like my singing? My meow? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I'm gonna get out of breath. I don't actually really need this in my hand. I don't care for them too much. There was something else I could have switched it with. Yeah. Organs! Anybody needs an organ? Oh. I think that's a spleen. I think that's close enough. We can make it work for you, Doc. Do we want K-pop Demon Hunters? I'm not tired of it, but I'm like, organs? Organs. I hear it. I hear the sweet, majestic sound of flies. The awful sound. Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Ah, meow, meow. Meow. I actually... This is a good battery, though. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
They want to twist your mind. Why would you do that?
Why would you do that? I don't know. My whole game lagged out, too. Oh, my God. Oh, what are they doing? Spleen or liver, two different organs? I don't know what that was. I believe we're going up, up, up. And gonna be golden. Let's see what this one is. I honestly, I don't know what that one was. Oh, Jesus. I was breathing in. I was breathing. That was not a very nice moment to do that. Don't breathe in my ear like that, bro. That shit gross. Breathe in your girl's ear, not mine. Ooh. Well, that was quite rude. Not gonna lie. Very rude. Let's see if there's any, Oh, I almost got exploded. I think it was a heart. Honestly, that time, especially with the X-ray on, I really can't confirm nor deny. But close enough. We can put that in you. See what happens. He's being creepy in there. You know, pop, pop, turbo fan. I'm... Did you see where that kid was drilling? I don't know what's happening this match. Last match I wasn't affected, and now I'm affected again. Now I'm... Did you see where that kid was drilling? Okay, so here's the key. We don't grind the kids up until the end. Wanna be golden. Organ! Okay, let's see what we get here. Hopefully it's a spine. Oh, that was awful. It's a spine! Kai, we have you a new spine, finally. We have a spine for you. Hear ye, hear ye. Spine has been found. There's goodies in here. Any papers? Any papers? Any papers? Papers, please. Organ. I don't need any more organs. But we gotta look now. I don't know what that is. That's a heart. Oh, it's a Luffy. Hi? Can I help you? Skitterman looking like that. That one was definitely hard. So I think the other one, I think we did find a spleen of some sort. Luffy, stop it. I don't even know if that one's Luffy. Luffy? It sounds like I'm trying to... Meow, meow. Oh. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Oh, in my eyes. Oh, I can't get away. Okay. Meow, meow. That's so much. Meow, 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 meow. Do, 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 do. Oh! That kid scared the shit out of me, bro. Same. Da, 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 phone. Hurry, da, 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 da. Oh, me too, girlie. Me too. Okay, let's just open this. Skinner. I stepped an inch onto that fucking glass and you scream because of that. You're just... Whoa. Oh my god. Fireball. Oh, fireball. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh my god. Stop it. Ow. Oh, good heavens. Oh, good heavens. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Fucking run. Oh my god. Oh my god. Keep that on me. Keep that on me. The dude from One Piece? Yeah. Dude, that fireball guy sounds like Luffy. I don't know why I keep on pronouncing Luffy like that. Luffy. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Everything happened. Ooga, 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 chaka, ooga, ooga. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. Meow, 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 meow. React calmly, react calmly, react calmly. Help me. And your arm so tight. Okay. I can't see you. I thought I feel it. Meow, 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 meow. I thought I'm believing. You're in love with. Oh my god. React calmly, I say, as I run for my life. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. And the father of a line. You're fake. Fuck you. I didn't even hit you. Hey, organs. Anybody else need organs? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, big healing. Do, 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 do. 1, 2, 3, 3. I'm on standard.
Watch this in your head.
Oh, there's a little heal there. Okay. Organ. No, I don't need organ. Don't do it. I don't need any more. Hey, organs. Yeah. That's me. Hey, organ. How you doing? Okay, come here, kid. Come here. Rip you off your body. Yeah, I know. It's quite jarring, kid. So sorry. Okay, so we have 1, 2. Shut the fuck up, kid. You're bad at. Damn. What a bitch. I didn't drop you at all. Not yet. Well, shut the fuck up. There you go. I dropped ya. I actually think it's better to use this and take that. Okay, monkey. Has anybody watched The Monkey, the horror movie that came out? That shit was so funny. Like it was a good horror movie because it was fun. Oh, hey, I think somebody's outside this door. I'm just gonna run for it. I ran for it in the wrong direction. Oh. Don't worry, I did everything wrong in that situation. I just ran into a wall. I don't know what song this is. Man-child? Sure. Fight up, Sabrina Carpenter. You tell these enemies. Oh, I have chocolate. Nah, I don't need that. Hi, Skinner Man. It's when I open doors when Skinner Man scares me, or go into hiding places. If I just never do that, you know, he can never scare. Butt cheeks. Please don't turn around because I said that. Stupid. Removed it. Ah. Okay, but it's over there. Oh, I didn't open that because I was in a panic. That was rude. Oh, what did I just say about opening doors? Okay, she's going the exact way I need to go. Oh, there's a kid over here. Let's go solve this. Oh, you're fucking shitting me, bro. We're gonna go grind up some kids, bro. That's crazy. Sorry, they were in my way. Oh my god. I literally... I cannot just, like, not grind these up. Because we used to, like... Give me that. Sorry. You don't need it. Hand it over. We used to, like, collect all the bodies and throw them in all at once at the end. But like I said, even with the keys, I have... Cool lamp you got there. Ooh, a brick. You have to like throw them in, otherwise Jaeger comes out. Okay. Jaeger, please, I'm sorry. I'm doing my job, I promise. Bad boys ain't hard to get. Oh, Jaeger is so scary. Amen. Amen. I say ain't hard to get. Please don't be gated. Okay. Good enough. Now I just made the game so much harder. Okay, that way. Oh, in there. Oh, that's a butt. And baby. Meow 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 meow. No. Okay, Jaeger's over there. Okay, come on. Oh. Okay, I don't know why I stopped and stared. It's quite scary. Are they right out here? You shut up, you little I almost said slut. Just gonna do that? You shut up, little kid. Okay, we only have one left. Okay. I should have started with the back one, but then I started panicking. Okay, now I don't know where Jaeger is. Oh my god, Jaeger is right there, bro! Oh my god, I'm so glad Jaeger has like giant ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling on them. That scared shit me scared. So I just have one kid and then escape. I need to get a adrenaline. There was one over here, I know. How about meow 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 meow. I love having soft songs on while I play this. It's a Junior's favorite artist. We're just gonna close that. And we're just gonna do that. Oh, I stepped right on it. I ran into it. It was over here. Papers. Shut up, kid. Oh, I need to take off the glasses. Is Jaeger gone?
Are you my mom?
No, I'm not. Kid, it'll be fine. You're just gonna go into the grinder, okay?
I don't like this game.
Don't worry about it.
I don't like this game.
Oh, it's a fake me, okay. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Did Gooseberry leave? Bob and we boys, Bob. Bye, Phyllis. I am insane. Literally. I think the Jaeger left after some time. Oh my god, there she is! Fuck you. Oh my god, I completed so many things. I was just throwing shit at her. Yippee! Oh my god, I used to listen to this. Oh my god, this was just an old song. Pew. Gimme! How long have I been streaming? I'm just like chilling here. This is like just playing games for fun off the side. Meow, 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 meow. This is a wonderful time. We hope you're playing games for fun. You're so right. I am playing games for fun all the time. But like, this is like, even like when I'm playing games off a stream, just for the shit of it, like, oh my god, I just having the time of my life. I'm just like, oh wow, I could stop, or I could just play another. Bong bong. Exactly.
I'm going to shower you in humiliation.
Oh, he's saying. Okay, stop speaking in my ear, sir. I don't really want your praises right now. Hot topic. Yummy! I still just need 3 boosters. But I did get to this part. I have not been able to find the boosters. Complete 6. Task. What are these ones? A+. Oh, wow. Oopsie. That was gonna be rough if I did that in intensive. Complete 2 trials of special. Under 8 minutes? Okay, I think I know which one I could do that in. Without any medical items. Holy shit. They want you to go through the ringer. Hey, do you guys want to do a psychosurgery trial? I can do it on an MK, so it's a little bit easier. Psychosurgery. I would have to bring my stun rig. Let's see. So if I do this one, because this one, I mean, that one was kind of hard. This was hard. I hate this shit. I hate this one so much. Cancel the autopsy, I think, would be easy. What are the, extract organ samples? Okay, so we have to complete that to be able to get a good grade. You have hallucinations. You have more imposters, which are fine. Enemies are super mad. Increased threat. And psychosurgery. Essentially, they said, we're just going to throw every single fucking problem at you. If I do psychosurgery, I have to do. I'm not doing punish the miscreants. I could do feed the children. I mean, I could do standard and complete cancel the autopsy probably really quick. Because I just got to go get some keys and then get the fuck out of there. You know? Ed Sheeran, I don't want you in playing. Oh, hey, Benson. Okay, we've gone through this playlist now. Oh, let's take a look around. That was playing in my ears earlier. What else do we got? Fun road trip mix? Joyride. Oh my god, I haven't heard this song in so long. Homework, cottagecore, hype cleaning. I like this song. I just like put my phone so close to my face. I love Heartbeat. One heart is good. Taxes! I miss Repo. Repo is so much fun. What do you think about the new Iron Man skin coming out? Ooh, let me take a look-sees. I haven't played Marvel Rivals in a hot minute. I really need to get back onto it. Ooh, that's a really pretty art. Sorry, I don't go to Twitter often, but I've been going more often because I like art, and that means I've been being fed all the One Piece art, but I also get a lot of the drama happening. Ooh, there's debates happening with... I locked into Resident Evil. I'm sorry. There was leaks and stuff about the deluxe edition for... Oh my god. For Resident Evil Requiem. I want the collector's edition. I don't know if they're gonna do a collector's edition. I need to stay on top of that. What was I looking at? Iron Man. Rivals. Let's see. Oh! Oh, wait, that's really cool, actually. Giraffe, how do you feel about it? I think that's really cool. That's interesting getting, like, a skin without, like, the suit. I think that's gonna be really cool. Yeah, same. I think it's interesting. Hatsune Miku? Sorry. Hatsune Miku got on my screen. It's very, and I say this in all of the, like, I don't like those footsteps I hear. In all of the ways. It's very cunty. Like, okay. I like the gloves, and I know that's just because that's part of the suit and everything, but, like, man's got no button-up shirt underneath his blazer? And it's like that deep V-neck, because it's just a jacket. And or he has a button-up shirt and he just has it completely unbuttoned. Like, okay, slut. I love you, Iron Man. I'm sorry. Actually, I don't hate Iron Man, but I hate him. I hate going up against him. I'm like, I can't fucking hit you. Get out of the air. It's nice. This morning, actually, me and my friends were all streaming it. How did that go? I show you guys playing. Mainly because, like, you see the little activity feed up on Discord, and I'm like, look at them. How did you guys repo? Did you make enough money in repo? Did the repo man be happy with you? Meow, 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 meow. That's real as hell. That's not bad, though. Level 9 ain't bad. 6 of... Fuck yeah. I love a good, like, huge repo party. Dude, editing those, repo TikToks were so fun. I still want B. Like, B is still in charge of that whole video, and I want her to edit it because she was having so fun with it. So fun. So much fun with it. And, like, it just made me happy. I was like, yes, it was funny. I swear we're funny. This chocolate somewhat melted. But it's a wafer chocolate, and I really want chocolate. Okay. I'm gonna have to stand up for this. We're gonna play. Man, no. Oh my god, I need to think about this. It's me going to the... Crucified. Rope's stuck. She has to be stuck. Then getting my ass blasted by the rope was not fact. You know, I have a very old clip, Kai. I have this really old clip of me playing Phasma with Nikki and my other good friend Anthony, and we were all playing it. And it was kind of when Phasma kind of broke a lot. It was the new farmhouse, one of the other farmhouses, and the doors we kept on glitching out where it wasn't attached to the hinges. So sometimes it didn't. It was just like in the middle. It wasn't attached to anything, so we could go in and out even when like hunts were happening. And when we were in this moment, he was saying, "Oh, she's stuck. She's stuck." And then the hunt began, and he was like, "Oh yeah, she's stuck." And it was like, no, she's not stuck. She's not stuck. And it just reminds me of the same thing. We thought she was stuck, and we were gonna be good, and then she was in fact not stuck, and fucking killed his ass. I cry up, baby, do. Crucified, crucified, that's my savior. That's so funny. I'm like, man, that reminds me of the exact clip I have with my friends. It's always when you think they're stuck. It's always the moment, even when they are stuck, that you go test it, and they're like, actually, I was just joking. I'm not stuck. We're gonna do this on psychosurgery. If I start screaming, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Goodbye. Okay. Ooh. Wait, we have a lot of money. Wait, I have a lot of money. I'm gonna spend my money. Money. I want purple. Pirate dad. I cry but pray but do. I do. I do. Boo. Boo. Oh. Savior. Where's my room? Okay. Thought I was stuck. Nope. Yet. Door stuck. Door stuck. Now that behaviors. I like this one. This one's so cool. I'm telling you guys, I was so frustrated last night because I was like, I can't send stuff on Discord because file too big. Essentially, file too big. So I fucking recorded on my phone the stupid fucking edit that I had made, but it's so fucking cool, like the timing of it all. Because like literally this is like your little preview in the terrible screen, but like the falling animation just went so smooth and I'm like, yeah. Anyways, I need to go back in and fix it more. But I'm so happy with it. Okay. So okay. It's 5/16. This probably will be my last trials, unless we keep streaming. And I say that because this is an MK challenge. It's be 15 minutes. Unfortunately, now we must put the logic of Sarah logic into this. This is not going to take 15 minutes. It's going to take about 30 to 40 minutes because I am on psychosurgery. That's a fellow. We should just been playing on psychosurgery the entire day. The enemies are going to be so much more mad, which I can handle. Oh, I think I need my stun rig, though. Yeah, stun rig. I need to change bear. Hold on. Stun rig. I don't know why it told me what to do. I'm like, I have all the rig. There's your well. I want to try to do 2 psychosurgeries. I want to try to finish that goal. It would be easier if I had friends. I have friends, but like with me to play psychosurgery. But unfortunately, I'm a psychotic. I am a psychotic. I am the psychosurgery, and I'm going in alone. Never that before. Tossing the floor. But thanks. No, my chocolate fell. My chocolate, no. I just have to find keys. And we have to put in at least 1 key as we go. Because otherwise Jaeger will come out.
You cannot allow evidence to determine the course of justice. Corpus delicti. Find the bodies and grind them to slurry, and we will let you out.
Feeling so beautiful. I love this song. I'm just trying to cue up music, and this is just like so loud. What music do we feel like? Stand on the ground, jump, 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 move it all around, jumping all around. Oh my god, Lavaka. I forgot about queuing up Lavaka. Meow, 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 meow. The mutual. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Let's go. Let's not. Hold on. Okay. I'm not ready for this. I am. I've done psychosurgery before. On a full map, I've done psychosurgery with a full team, but like, it was manageable. I have my stun rig. It's okay. I need to find... Look at all the stats it's giving me. Okay, okay, shit. But we also... Okay, we can't spend too much time. I'm gonna grab that. I hear there's something over there, so we're gonna get that. Okay. Do my amps not matter? Do my amps not matter? One. How many do I need? 3? Okay, the usual. Okay, we need to look at the keys. Okay. We're locking in, boys. Another one? Okay, so we'll just need one more along the way. I don't know what that one was. That just looked like a... I'm so scared. That was awful. That was horrifying. That was horrifying. I'm so glad no one... I hope no one saw that. Oh, hey, notes. Okay. Okay, okay. Enemies are gonna be more mad. Oh, I need this. Okay. Bitch gone. Holy shit. That Skinner man scared the fuck out of me. Meow, 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 meow. Hi. That was quite rude of you, Skinner man.
There's too much.
Oh!
I was only trying to help.
Okay, okay. We put this key in.
I'm only trying to help.
I don't want your help. Oh my god! I made a huge mistake! What a great song to have in my ears right now. Hi, Skinner man. I forgot when I genuinely start getting scared, I start burping. Okay, you stay right there, sir. No need to be scared. No need to scream. Okay, we need to find this one, I think, fast. Oh, heartbeat. Heartbeat. Speak. I don't know where other bodies are, I'll be honest. That's just normal organs. I swear to God, Skinner man. Okay. I'll hear them open the door, I think. I don't know where. Oh, I was like, what the fuck song is this? I forgot I queued up Lavaca. Oh, you're shitting me. They're gonna come right there. Who are you? It's fucking Luffy. Yeah. Oh, you see me. Oh, you see me. Oh. Fuck that shit. Oh my good heavens. We're doing a detour. I don't want to do that detour. Fuck you, chicken strips. Yeah, be angry all you want over there. I still ding-a-ling did. Okay, so we're back where we started. I think it's better to have that. Okay, back to normal. We're running out of time. Skinner man. I didn't like that. Where are these bodies?
Over there. You're facing me. You can't.
Rude. Anyways, where'd my brick go? I want my brick back. Okay. I still have my stun rig. Where are these fucking bodies? You're Skinner man, you're Skinner man. Oh my god, I cannot find these bodies. Are you exactly what I needed? I think you were. Oh, I didn't like going down the neck. Oh, you're Bunny. I thought you were something else. Wow, I really could not see. I gotta fucking zoom. Not gonna lie. Oh, maybe the other one's over here. It should be over here. Ooh. Okay. Better. Lavaca. Lavaca. The music is the only thing keeping me calm. Oh my god. Okay. That was quite... Okay. What am I looking for? Too close. Too close for my comfort. Way too close for my comfort. Is that something I can pick up? No. Okay, okay. I don't know where the fuck that's on. Oh. Okay, I didn't mean to hit her. I won't lie, I didn't mean to hit her. There's like no body in here. There should be one in here somewhere. Is it you? No, you're fire. Okay. So it's not that one. Ow. Ow. I don't know why I willingly just let that zap me. This is Sector Z. Z? Z! Z? Anyways.
These walls aren't here to keep you in, they're here to keep the world out.
Meow, 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 meow. Oh boy. Careful, keep it up.
Over there.
Loser. Anyways. I'm scared. I won't lie, I'm scared. I don't know where this body is. Okay, so we've checked that room. Let me not run into that. Sector B. This is still Sector B over here. I'm thinking it's in the gymnasium. Oh, buddy. We're just gonna put this on. Okay. Was that Luffy? Beep, 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 beep. We're hiding in the bathrooms. We're hiding in the bathroom. I don't know where this last body is. How about that? That's nothing in here. A lot of intestines. I don't know why I took off my goggles. Oh my god, is it right here? Yes, it is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, we do this. Okay. Okay, okay, we did it! We're fucking running. Oh my god, and I don't have my rig! It takes so long to recharge! Oh my god. Oh my god. Awful experience. I hate second surgery. Oh my god. Oh, that's so cute though. Look at that. Without medical supplies. I healed. Yeah, I use medicine. I guess, does that mean the rig? Or like the booster? I need to find the boosters. Hey, that took a lot less time than I thought it was gonna be. I'm proud of myself. I was panicking so much when I couldn't find that key because I did not want the Jaeger to come out.
Wonderful. Perfect. Beautiful. You are the hope for a better tomorrow.
Thanks, I guess. I suppose I'll take that. Thanks. Da 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 da. Take that. Da 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 da. Shit. Do 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 do. Yeah, I got an A+. That's crazy. Avoid full psychosis. I'm very glad I avoided that. Did not want that. What was that? Using any medical items. I used medicine, but I'll take it, I suppose. I did psychosurgery. I just have to do one more eventually. What did I need to do up here? Boosters. Oh, disarm door traps. I'll eventually go through that. Invasion. Do 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 do. Air and water flowing, and we color. That was scary. I have A+. That's fucking crazy. But wait. Oh, I wonder if I can get. I don't think anybody's on for invasion. Okay. That's gonna take a bit. The air and water flowing. Is liquidate the Union. Let me see. Suburbs. Yes, the progress, sons and daughters. I think liquidate the Union is the full challenge I did. And then recently did the MK. I have like no global rating on any of these. Because they keep on changing them. So I keep on losing my grades. To the cold mist. Ooh. I have never done that one. This one was insane when it came out. I like this one. That one's fun. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. The docks. Never done that one. Downtown. Downtown scares me. That map is so confusing to me. No, thank you. I think we'll end it here. I think it's a good spot to end. We did one psychosurgery. Unless we want to do one more. How's everybody feeling? I say as if you guys are playing it. I'm the one who put myself on psychosurgery. Oh, I can buy little trinkets. I do that. We buy the little trinkets. I do like... Oh, I'm just missing a few. Let me finish up. What did I miss from this? Because I think this was when we just played and you get it rewarded. Oh, am I literally just missing that? Yeah, for you. Hey, fair enough. I mean, like I said, it's not like you guys are the ones playing the game I am. But, like, I don't know. If I stop streaming, I'm just gonna go edit. I don't think you trust in my... Oh, not psychosurgery. Standard. We're gonna do liquidate the Union in standard. And I can change my loadout to my X-ray and I can find those goddamn boosters. We'll do that. And that will be the last one. I went through that psychosurgery very fast. I'm very happy with that. because I did not expect to. I did not expect to at all. Dude, I still don't know why my hand hurts. Type out what you want to. You want to. I miss me. Also very happy. Good. Are you still at home, Turnip, or did you have to go in? Oh. I just enjoy this game. I almost was gonna play Dying Like the Beast last night after I got done editing, because I was gonna do some of the side missions, so I don't have to worry about those on stream, and I can just like goof around. I ended up on Silent Hill, which I'm glad I did. But I almost did. I almost was like, I just want to run around and punch some zombies. Dropkick them. What they do, that's real as hell. Especially since they did. Since they didn't tell you. Oh my god, I just realized so many people have redeemed Hydrate, and you know what I haven't done?
Example must be made. Kill the Union boss.
I'm just gonna keep this water in front of me. I've not been hydrating at all. Every time it's been a hydrate, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll hydrate in a second as I'm putting stuff down. Then I never hydrate. Oh my god, what is happening? That was so much louder than all the other ones. Those were new hallucinations. That was Skinner Man. I kind of want to listen to aerials in the sky. I queued up some songs and I'm vibing with some of them, and then some of them I'm like, yeah. I like how I said the whole lyric and not just meow, 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 meow. I went love a girl as well. Okay, I'm on standard. It's okay. I'm on standard. Oh. So this is the one. If B shows up, this is the one that me and B that she didn't even witness the game. All she heard was me screaming half of the time as we were watching through One Piece, because this was a new map at the time. I had no clue what I was fucking doing. I had no clue. I was so lost. And then Mr. Luffy was the newest, like, X-Bob, just assailant in it. Horrifying to deal with. I needed to do something. Oh, you see me. Yes! You will pay, okay. I can hold this door open. Who said don't listen to Chop Suey? Because it glorifies suicide. However, this motherfucker listens to music about murders and unspeakable act. Okay, like, I can see if you want to complain about that. Like, hey, it doesn't, like, talk nicely about certain stuff. Okay, but if you're going to continue to listen to other stuff that is just as bad or about different stuff, that's also not good. Also, my brain has a jingle jingle to that song. You want to see Bambino? Want to see Bambino?
Hey! Who pulled the fucking plug?
Me!
That speech was fucking beautiful! The fuck is wrong with you?
God damn.
Huh? We was trying to foment some fucking grievances! Gonna get my friend comfortable, then you think's a fucked.
Bro, this trial was absolutely fucked. Like, now having a clear mind and not One Piece in my ears. Also, I had to extinguish the fires because it was for the special event. Don't open the door. I had to learn what this bongo cat, what this fucker was. And I didn't realize... Bunny. We need to do Bunny first. I didn't realize these were in order. And that the enemies come out from right there. That's what my problem was. And I had to find which one. And if you do it not in order, they shock you. And I was like, what's happening? I was so stressed. Oh, it's too tall. Skinner Man. My belt is like touching. Oh, hi, Skinner Man. You're not scaring me. You're not gonna scare me. Okay, club. Is that a club? Thank God it was a club. Hey, that's right. That's me. That's right. Yes, I am. The Gen Z M&M. What are you? You're what I need. This is so much easier. Oh my God. Oh, Skinner Man. Okay. Okay, we got this. Yippee! Yeah, I didn't understand that at all, and that took me so long to do. Yippee! Let's go up! BBNO dollar sign. That's me. That's right. Oh, organs! I forgot. Oh, this is a spine. We got another spine. If we collect enough spines, we can rebuild Kai's spine. Boy. Did that shit boy. IT boy, that it boy. Okay, what? Oh my God, dog. Somebody get to a dog, he bite. Please don't make noise. Stop that. Stop making noise like that.
There are lots of ways to learn.
Oh, my eyes got reflected. BBNO dollar sign. Another one. Let's see. There was no air in my lungs when that happened. It boy. Another it boy. There was no air in my lungs when Skinner Man jumped out at me. Wow! 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 Washing room, bedroom, game room. Washroom, wash, laundry, bedroom, game room. Okay, last one's 9. Last one's 9. Okay, last one is 9. Okay. Not lounge. Game room. That's a boom. I ain't want nothing of that. I missed it. I fucking missed it. I missed. I'm gonna stop trying to hit that. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna stop trying to hit it. It said game room, right? Don't see one. Let me just step in the fucking crunchies. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Everything's fine. Maybe I should go check again. There we go. Yeah, it says game room. Bedroom, game room. Excuse me, I have research to do. Oh, I don't think this would appropriate time to hydrate. Hi, quiet. Oh, good heavens. Loser. Okay, we're just gonna go somewhere else. Washroom and laundry room. Ah, washroom right here. Oh, good heavens. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, no, put me in. No, put me in. Whoa, I went in the room. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay. Oh, how lovely. They're taking a bath together. Okay. Where the furry? Oh, there it is. So 5. 5 something something 9. Oh my god, how are you quiet? Wee wee wee. Exactly. Wee wee wee. Okay, is there anything I can take in here? No? I mean, there's health, but I don't need that. What did I say the number was? 5? There's a bomb there. I'm not gonna worry about that. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. Oh. Yeah, bottles. That's the garage. Okay. Where is? Oh, 6. I can barely see them. What is that? 5 something 6 9. Did she say make me work for it? I mean, I guess I am. Okay. So we need this one. Where is it? I don't need that. It said game room. Unless there's another game room? 6? Or 7? 6? Maybe 7? Oh! 0. None of the above. None of the above. How's you, Sarah? I'm doing good. I did a psychosurgery all by myself. 5 0 6 9. Okay. Sorry, I had to. I'm not doing fine. You know, I'm doing awful, horrible, no good. Come here. Or not? Okay. 5 0 5 0. I hate this trial so much. Oh my god, my game. Oh, you're fine, my dude. You're fine. Let's see. There's an organ over there. Is there any papers? Okay, come on, dude. Oh, I can't. Don't push him. I forgot. Come on, little guy. Jesus fucking Christ, Skinner man. Hey, so I want you to. Come on, I'm still here.
You're not helping.
I want him to click over here. Oh, not who I want.
Hope he kills you.
Don't walk back this way, Bambino.
Don't drown me. Blood.
This is beneath me.
He's a little too.
All I want is to be paid for what's mine.
Okay. Skinner man. Okay, what do we need? Club, diamond, spade. Hey, shut the fuck up. Don't call Frank over here. So we need club, diamond, spade. Okay. Organs. Organs, anyone? Oh, great. I can't read that. Okay. So we have one there. Guess there's one over there. There's a bomb over there. Okay, you're last. Oh god. Oh, it's you. I was trying to scoot past you. Meow, 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 meow. Let me just open this. Did you to stream for an hour and a half so I can get that out? An hour and a half? An hour? How long are the... What? Hey, okay, I'm gonna... An hour and a half more? I guess I'll just... Oh. Oh my god. I was stuck in the... I was stuck T-posing, basically. I mean... I suppose. Meow, 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 meow. She's... Oh. Bad. My brick. My brick. Oh, where? It's on the floor. Where is it in there? Meow, 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 meow. Or end stream early and play Deadlock. I want to play Deadlock. I want to play Deadlock. 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 Have you thought about Deadlock? Have you thought Deadlock? Have you thought Deadlock? Deadlock? Deadlock. Dude, this map is so fucked. It makes more sense. Don't hit me! Ow, you hit me! Oh my fucking god. Well, hey, Organ, I don't need you. Who broke it? You already did it. That is your choice. Well, I'm ending after this, so Deadlock. Meow, 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 meow. There's a waterfall. You're a heart. Are you telling me the club is in the basement? I think what they're telling me is the club is in the basement. You were a little too close. Are you good? I think I broke her. Okay, there she goes.
Relax, baby. Just relax.
Don't call me that. Who gave you permission? Not me. I stepped on that glass. I did it. It was me. Yeah. Oh, there's one right here. Okay. Do, do, do. Oh, I need to go to the other side. That's a diamond. That's the second one. God damn it. It's in the fucking Basamante. I need to disable those. God damn it. That's a bunny. Club, diamond, spade. Gonna go this way. Two? In this economy.
Succulent little horse.
Six. Thank God. Okay. 7 days. Bambino says the worst things ever. You there? Love struck her like teaser. Never leave her. Blood on meter. Ah. Wide. Okay. I don't actually know where I am, so let me go. Oh, that's a man! Picking this up on the go. I slid right to you. I'm sorry, my bad, G. That's a bomb. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. I didn't mean to punch that. Meow, 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 meow. Where is the secret room? Don't on me, sir. Sting with the oh, baby, no! No, thank you! I don't really want to.
Every one of you boys.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Bambino was right there. No, thank you! Don't want what you're selling. Okay, so I gotta find the other button for that. I don't know what the door is for that, but that's what I need. Reckless fever. Is her? No, I never be her. Not you, you're... Oh, it's just this. Okay, it's right here. Let me go! Free me! Why is he talking about milk all of the time? Oh my god, Skinner Man. That was really fucking rude of you. They say the craziest shit. Use 3 boosters, you got it. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate, okay. I say that as I willingly went in to do this. I wasn't grabbed onto the thing. Let me go. Let me go. Oh, okay. Fuck you, Skinner Man. Meow, 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 meow. Why is she laughing? She's fucking psychotic, bro. Anyways, let's go, Mr. Okay, please.
I guess they were report. What the fuck is this?
I don't know. Stop coughing. I don't know. I'm just doing as I told. Meow, 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 meow.
I can smell the meat. Oh, Jesus.
Hey, watch out, there's a bomb there. This little kid scares the shit out of me. Skyrim PC has been simple. Look at the weirdly bodies. That's fucking crazy. Okay. Oh my god, don't be sick while I'm here. Where's the window I wanted? Right there. Okay. Okay, someone's gonna remember this. We need heart, diamond, moon. 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 It's coming up the stairs. Not very unfortunate. Tennessee. Heart, diamond, moon. Thank you. Oh my god, my ankle's just hello?
Bitchin' bastard shitbird blower!
You're fucking shitting me. I'm just trying to... I just want to know what it is! Oh, it's Luffy. Of course. Which way's Luffy go? Not what I need. Hold on, sorry. I'm trying to jump a table and I failed. Oh my god. Down I go.
You're gonna fucking die.
Back out I go. Back out I go. Okay, there's one in there. There's one over here. How about that? Down, down, body, body. Got me with the super body. Heart? Heart! Exactly what we needed. So... I want to play Deadlock so badly. I want to play Deadlock. Okay, heart. Okay, so now we need diamond. Oh, I guess I can open anything now. Oh my god, Luffy. I didn't mean to run into you, Luffy. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What do we got here? I think that's a bunny. Minecraft has been down all day. I just want to Minecraft. No, why has it been down? That's crazy for Minecraft. Six, maybe seven. Sorry, I saw that again up there. Have that. Oh, on bedrock. That's... Oh, hello? I almost backed my dump truck right up into that fucking bomb. Hi. I am running. Don't worry about it.
You can run. I don't mind.
Well, I am running, so thank you. Oh my god. Woo! Okay, time to go. Okay, so we found Moon. So now I just need to find a diamond. Go. No, you're not. Not allowed to. Okay. Where is there another one? What did we need? Diamond. My fucking eyes! Okay, what's this one? Oh, this is Moon. Let me fully look at it. Don't you notice how I get tired when there's no one else around? Like that you in awkward silence. Oh, look at me that way. Where? Oh, where? That burning pain. You so nice. Where? Oh, where? Is there an down below? That love. You say when I there's no factory. There's no factory. It's diamond, right? Yeah, it's diamond. Okay. Where the hell are you? Oh. Hey, girly. Don't you feel that? What's that noise? Your heart. Oh. Oh. There we go. That one up there. Flying there to the moon. How do I get up there? Maybe this way. Sir, why have you taken control of my realm? Why am I being why are you why? Oh my god. Why are you in California? What the hell? What the hell? Fly through. I think that's Luffy. No, it's not. Yep. Oh no. Skinny. Yeah. Okay. So where's Heart? Did I get all my... Ow! Ow! Stop hitting me! Moon! We needed moon! That's what we needed. Oh, that's a bomb. Okay. Okay. Look at this. I'm getting better. Meow, meow, meow. There we go. Oh, 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 ow! You're rude! I was doing things. I was being a gamer. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I hate that whistling. I just heard the imposter say, "Hey." Okay, let's go. Only around to Netherlands or England? You're just stuck with me then. You're stuck with me, buddy. That's what I say. Okay, I need 3. Okay, what's it gonna tell me? What's it gonna be? Oh. Meow, 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 meow. I gotta go piss, bro. A foot, shoe, glasses. Okay, shoe. We got glasses, hand, that. That's that. Shoe. Okay. Glasses, hat, your vest, your that. Okay, we're over here. Oh. Shoe. Refill. We need a refill. 1, 2, 3. Hand. Understood. Hand. Goggles. Let me. No, thank you. Okay. Okay. What's over here? Okay. Okay. There. Dude, when I did this the first time, I fucking missed. I'll come back for more. When I first did this, I did not understand what I was doing, and all that was happening was one piece in my ear. Don't worry about what's happening to him, okay? He's fine. He's perfectly fine there. Goggles. Oh. Oh, shit. Ah! He's shooting me! The little man's shooting me! Oh my god. This is the fastest I've ever been! Oh, high blast! What is that? Vest? Vest. I'm a little under pressure, but look at me, readers! Okay, it's not there. Oh shit. Oh shit, the baby's there. Ah, welcome in! Hello!
Hello, Raiders. My name is Sarah.
Thank you.
I'm a variety streamer.
Okay,
We
what?
do Mixed Bag Mondays.
How close is he?
Friendly Wednesdays and Horror Thursday.
Glove. Oh, he's right there.
Or please
What?
join us on this wild ride.
How was your stream? It was a lot closer than I expected him. Oh, right there. Yes. I fucking missed. Welcome in. It is the baby. Hey, so the baby's right there, actually. Did he say something about his balls? Oh. Oh, we're done. Hey, so I need adrenaline really quickly. You're not adrenaline. Oh, a trap. No. Is there any adrenaline anywhere? You're not adrenaline. But hi. Stream was good. Hell yeah. We like to hear that. We like that. What were you playing today? Like DVD, but Outlast? Yeah. One can say. You have different trials where you're doing different stuff. It's really fucked up, but because it's Outlast. But Jordy opened deadlock. Jordy, wait, I'm almost done. This is the last trial I'm doing. Oh my god. I really wish I had adrenaline. It's really fun though if you do like horror. I love this game. I stopped playing for a while. Oh, but they are always updating this game. I need you. Oh my god. I'm fucking running so far. Return to shuttle. The shuttle's all the way at the beginning. Oh my god, Choo Choo Charles! I fucking love that game. It was so silly. So silly, but it had a lot in it. So I liked it. Killed me mid cutscene. Damn, I didn't even know he could do that. That's crazy. That's also rude. Like, excuse me, sir. I'm trying to play the game. I'm in a cutscene. Oh, I could come back this way? Yeah, you tell him. You tell him, sir. Okay, I don't have a bottle. Don't shoot me. Okay. Is Bambino still here? Oh, he's right there. Oh, what is he doing? Don't look at me. No, no one. Ow! Oh my god. Okay, get me in. He's gonna shoot me. Oh god, okay. Been in the last Egan, he just pulled up through a wall. That's crazy. I remember when I played that. That was such a fun game. It's so silly because it's just the fucking train. But like having him come up close is stressful. Well, Blast and anybody from the raid, please go take care of yourself and whatnot. I'm gonna raid out in a second anyways too. I gotta go play Deadlock. But I hope you guys all have a good rest of your day. Also, it's later for you too. It's not too late here. The time change is happening Sunday and I'm not excited. Game really plays into the silliness. Pickle Lady was certainly an experience. So true. Man, that reminds me of Pickle Man from the Ren Fair here. Think down to shop. Is this the good version? No, it's not. Never is.
I know a teacher is supposed to want to, but I can't help myself.
Whoa.
Wonderful.
He just said, man, I can't help myself. Oh, did I reach level 100? Sure, let's try this. So this is relapse. You can relapse. What is this?
You've earned an opportunity for a relapse.
I don't know what the hell the relapse is. Okay.
For choosing to participate in the relapse.
Referring to Pickle Man you couldn't talk to? No, Pickle Man doesn't come to. I don't.
Refreshed and ready for therapy.
Don't I start from I start from... Okay, hold on. Let's read this. You have proven dedication to therapy, but it only... Sorry, the number. So only is the beginning. Therapy reset. Your therapy level will be reset, and all upgrades will be... Relapse number. Keep your stats. Okay. Permanent unlock. Unlock one upgrade of your choice permanently. Relapse. No, thank you. I don't want to yet. No, 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 no. This is like Hunt Showdown, where when you prestige, you lose all your stuff. I'm physically attached to all of my... I don't want to lose all my amps. I worked so hard for them. I'll have to do that sometime and then grind back to get them all. That's crazy. I'll have to do that sometime. Wow, I did that. I can't believe I did a psychosurgery. That shit crazy. Well, let's figure out where I can drop all y'all little fellas off to now. Let's wait, hold on. I can buy things in the catalog. I can't buy things in the catalog. I'm fucking broke. I can buy things in this catalog. Yeah! More decorations for my room that I won't use because I like my Halloween. I do like these though. Those are quite nice. Okay. Let's get the hell out of here. So sorry y'all came in at the very end. Okay, my screens went black. There we go. Saucy Ace is playing Repo. Saucy. Oh my god, wait, Saucy is? Okay, we'll probably drop you off there. I want to meet Pickle Man. Pickle Man? I really don't know if he comes to our run fair. We had a Pickle Man, but it's not like the Pickle Man. Oh, my battery's low on my mouse. Hold on, I just need the song again. Is he in a match? Is he in a match? I just messaged Jordy. I'm like, I'm running. I'm running. Okay, let's go to Saucy. We have stream tomorrow. So we have Resident Evil. Send me song name. I'll send you the link for... I'll send you it on YouTube because you use YouTube. Because half of it's in Japanese, so... It's such a good song. It's stuck in my head now because of that stupid edit. Oh, Plunky's... Oh, Plunky's playing Fear the Spotlight. Ooh. But we're gonna go to Saucy. Do 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 do. Bow 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 bow. No, I want this one. Let me do a little raid message. Meow meow meow. We'll do a little cat. Little cat raid. There you go. That's our little message. Yes, thank you all. Tomorrow we have stream Resident Evil. 10 a.m. the usual. We're gonna get shit done. If we have company to play, we have company to play. If not, I have my bear in the back seat. Actually, I have the bear controlling my little movements. I don't know why I did that because that looks like a fucking cat. Let me give Blast a shout out really quick. Why did I type, shout out? I had all caps on. If you guys aren't following Blast, a lovely friend. Very silly, very funny. There we go. So give a follow. I love my friends. I love my friends very much. But I have Deadlock to go do. So I wish you all a goodbye. I love you all. Thank you for just chilling with me today. Because really it was just like me playing games and just having you guys here like, look what I'm doing. But I love you all. Please take care. And I'll see you all tomorrow and Friday, bitch. It's Halloween this week. I fucking love Halloween. Anyways,